on this live broadcast courtesy of our YouTube channels, and that is Parliament of Kenya on YouTube as well as on KBC Channel 1. And you can watch these live proceedings courtesy of the Signet channel, and that is Bunge Television. In the highlights of the order of business this afternoon, a number of issues being motions as well as bills. The consideration of sessional paper number 5 of the year 2023 on the national policy on labor migration is given priority in today's business of the National Assembly. The chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Labor will be seeking to have the National Assembly under this motion adopt a joint report of the Departmental Committee on Labor and the Select Committee on Diaspora Affairs and Migrant Workers on the consideration of sessional paper number 5 of the year 2023 on the national policy on labor migration. The Committee on Labor laid its report on the table of the National Assembly on the 9th day of October 2025. And this motion is also seeking to have the House approve sessional paper number 5 on the national policy on labor migration. The debate on this motion is actually concluded upon. So what remains is for the question to be put for members of the National Assembly to vote on the consideration of sessional paper number 5 of the year 2023 on the national policy on labor migration. And after the National Assembly has dispensed with that matter, the motion that closely follows is the consideration of the mediated version of Coffee Bill. This is a bill originating from the Senate, Bill number 10 of the year 2023. And the chair of this mediation committee at the Senate and at the National Assembly and the parliamentary team appointed by the National Assembly and the Senate to mediate on the divergent clauses on the Coffee Bill, Bill number 10 of the year 2023, arrived on a number of factors. And in this bill, the co-chair of this bill from the National Assembly will be seeking to have the House adopt the report of the Mediation Committee on Coffee Bill. The mediated version of the bill was laid on the table of the National Assembly on the 2nd day of December 2025, and subsequently that the House approves the mediated version of Coffee Bill, Senate Bills number 10 of the year 2023. Let's now have a look at some of the provisions of the Senate Bill number 10 of the year 2023 on matters coffee. And this bill or this act was assented to will be seeking to promote a globally competitive coffee industry, regulate the coffee sector, and provide for a framework for the registration and licensing of various players within the coffee sector, promote vertical integration on matters value chain actors, and this is for the purposes of achieving economics of scale, as well as promotion of evidence-based coffee research and training for the development of the tea sector. The provisions of this bill do not just end there, as the bill also seeks to provide for the establishment of the Coffee
Honorable
Board of Kenya,
Mr. Speaker,
which will be charged with a number of responsibilities. Among them is to enter into a memorandum of understanding with accredited university for training and administration of liquorous examinations. The board shall, in collaboration with the respective county executive committee members, equally establish cupping centers in the counties, and this is for the purposes of conducting coffee quality analysis and matters to do with capacity building. If you're just joining us, the business of the National Assembly will be kicking off any moment from now. The Speaker of the House, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, is already in the chambers ready to preside over the business. Enjoy your viewing and have yourself a great afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao wamezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
Well, the Speaker of the National Assembly, pursuant to Standing Orders number 34 of the National Assembly, subsection 1 of that Standing Orders that guides the House on matters quorum upon the commencement of business, has directed the Sergeant-at-Arms to ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes to give some time or some leeway, if you may like, for members of the National Assembly within the presence of Parliament to make their way into the chamber this afternoon to enhance the quoration of the House to commence business. According to the standing orders of the 13th Parliament, at least 50 members of the National Assembly are required to be in the chamber for the House to commence business. Before I handed you over for this live broadcast, I was just taking you through some of the provisions in the mediated version of the Coffee Bill, Bill number 10 from the National Assembly. And a look at the quality assurance for the coffee industry section is that the Coffee Board of Kenya will be charged with the responsibility of carrying out assessments on coffee quality maintenance at any premises in which the processing of coffee is carried out along the value chain. The board may also sample at any stage of the value chain to ascertain permissible maximum pesticide residue, and this is residue levels actually for the compliance with the set national and the international standards. Our dear viewers, remember, equally according to the standing orders of the House, on Wednesday afternoon, we have different cabinet secretaries appearing before the plenary to answer questions of concerns raised by the honorable members of the House. This afternoon, the National Assembly will be hosting the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development, Honorable Mutahi Kagwe, who will be answering a number of questions from about 4 members of Parliament. Honorable Adan Haji, the MP for Mandera West, wants the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development to provide details on the reach of a national-wide animal vaccination campaign since its launch on the 30th of January 2025. Specifically, the total number of livestock vaccinated by species, these being cattle, sheep, goats, camels, and poultry. The member for Egembe Central, Honorable Daniel Karitho, also has a number of questions to the Cabinet Secretary. The member for Egembe Central wants the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture to clarify the actual quantity of miraa exported daily. This is from Kenya to Somalia, given that the Agriculture and Food Authority reports an average of 15 tons per day, while the Nyambene Miraa Trade Association, popularly known as Nyamita, a duly registered and most active association in the region of Miraa growing.
Order, members. Order.
Report exports over 40
We
tons
now
a
have
day.
quorum to transact business. Order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
I also take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I have a message from the executive on the nomination of a person for appointment as the Director General of the Financial Reporting Center. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42.4, I wish to report to the House that I've received a message from the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasurer and Economic Planning regarding the nomination of a person for appointment as the Director General of the Financial Reporting Center. In the message, the Cabinet Secretary conveys that in exercise of powers conferred by Section 25(2) of the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act, Cap 59A, he has nominated Mr. Naftali Kipchirchir Rono for appointment as the Director General of the Financial Reporting Center and now seeks the approval of the House. Honorable members, Standing Order 45 provides that upon receipt of notification of a nomination for appointment, such nomination shall stand committed to the relevant committee for consideration. In this regard, I hereby refer the message together with the testimonials of the nominee to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning for consideration. Honorable members, Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, requires the committee to which such nomination is referred to consider the matter and table a report in the House within 28 days. Nonetheless, conscious of the fact that the House is scheduled to proceed for the long recess from Friday, 5th December 2025, I hasten to clarify that the counting of days with respect to the consideration of the nominee will cease during the recess period and resume when the House first sits upon resumption. Honorable members, I urge the committee to immediately commence the approval process and notify the committee and the general public of the time and place for holding the approval hearing, and thereafter table its report on or before Thursday, 26 February 2026, to enable the House to consider the matter within the statutory timelines. Thank you.
Order number 4, petitions.
Yes. 1 minute. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Public petition number 28 of 2025 regarding the status of ownership of LR number 7545/3 IR Inland Registry number 21038, forming the nucleus estate of Miwani Sugar Mills Limited, as succeeded by Miwani Sugar Company 1989 Limited in receivership. I, the undersigned, on behalf of Mr. Charles Owino Osewe of Post Office Box number 390040-100 Kisumu and concerned resident of Miwani in Kisumu County, draw the attention of the House to the following. That land parcel registered as LR number 7545/3 IR 21038 was alienated from land then owned and occupied by local communities, specifically and solely for the purpose of establishing a nucleus estate for Miwani Sugar Mills Limited, as succeeded by Miwani Sugar Company 1989 Limited in receivership. That towards the late 1980s, Miwani Sugar Mills Limited Company ran into financial difficulties and was reorganized by the government of Kenya into Miwani Sugar Company 1989 Limited in receivership. That in 1993, an individual by the name Mr. Nagendra Saxena commenced proceedings in Nagendra Saxena versus Miwani Sugar Mills Limited, Miwani Sugar Company 1989 Limited in receivership, and 3 others in the High Court of Kenya at Kisumu, which is civil case number 225 of 1993, and purported to have obtained an ex parte court order to recover Kenya shillings 114 million dead from the 2 companies. That it is on record that Mr. Nagendra Saxena never appeared in court in person, neither has he ever been seen anywhere within the Republic of Kenya, raising suspicion as to whether a person with the identity of Mr. Nagendra Saxena actually exists. That efforts by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, and the Department of Immigration to trace the named person both in Kenya and India have all proved futile. That on 24th December 2007, a company by the name Crosley Holdings Limited, which is believed to be associated with Kibos Sugar Company, purported to have purchased LR number 7545/3 IR 21038 at a public auction at a sum of Kenya shillings 752 million. That the said public auction was supposedly conducted pursuant to the judgment made in Nagendra Saxena versus Miwani Sugar Mills Limited, Miwani Sugar Company 1989 Limited in receivership, and 3 others by the High Court of Kenya at Kisumu in civil case number 225 of 1993. That no evidence has ever been produced by the parties to the public auction as to whom the Kenya shillings 752 million was ever paid, and by whom, and the method of payment, raising suspicion on the authenticity of the purported auction and the payment claimed to have been made. That in a subsequent Court of Appeal case, Nagendra Saxena versus Miwani Sugar Mills Limited, Miwani Sugar Company 1989 Limited in receivership, and 3 others, civil appeal number 261 of 2008 at Kisumu, the Court of Appeal issued its decision on 29th July 2011, nullifying the purported public auction conducted on 24th December 2007, and the subsequent transfer of LR number 7545/3 IR 21038 to Crosley Holdings Limited. That further, the Court of Appeal affirmed that the land LR number 7545/3 IR 21038 belonged to Miwani Sugar Mills Limited and Miwani Sugar Company Limited in receivership. That notably, Lady Justice Olga Sewe, then in charge of the judiciary in Kisumu, had testified that the court order on which the auction was based was a forgery, and that the entire case file on which it was based could not be traced in the court records. That following the Court of Appeal decision, the Deputy Court Registrar, believed to have orchestrated the forged court order and oversaw the fraudulent auction of the land, was subsequently removed from the judiciary and charged alongside Crosley Holdings Limited and its directors and employees on 22nd October 2010 by the DPP and EACC via Kisumu Chief Magistrate Court Criminal Case number 429 of 2010 for conspiracy to defraud and fraudulent acquisition of public property. That despite the Court of Appeal decision on 11th April 2025, the Principal Secretary for the State Department for Agriculture wrote to the Kenya Sugar Board as receiver managers of Miwani Sugar Company 1989 Limited in receivership, asking the board to sign a consent recognizing Crosley Holdings Limited as the owners of LR number 7545/3 IR 21038. And that on 6th May 2025, the law firm of Owiti, Otieno and Ragot as lawyers for Miwani Sugar Company 1989 Limited in receivership, via a letter reference MISCO/LEG/volume 20/2025, declined to sign the consent, citing legal and ethical reasons. that efforts by the petitioner concerned residents of Miwani and the Miwani Sugar Company Limited in receivership to safeguard the public land from fraudulent acquisition by private entities have not yielded positive solution. That the matter presented in this petition is not pending before any court of law or any constitutional legal body. Therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Public Petitions Committee, to inquire into the matter and, 1, establish the status of the ownership of LR number 7545/3 IR 21038, and determine and makes appropriate recommendations to the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and the Cabinet Secretary responsible for Agriculture and the Attorney General should take jointly and severally to protect and preserve LR number 75/45/3 IR 21038, a public asset owned by Miwani Company Limited. Number 2, cause the Registrar of Persons and the Department of Immigration to investigate and report to the National Assembly on the existence or otherwise of a Mr. Nagendra Saxena. 3, provide a complete record of the outcome of investigations into alleged forgery and fraud by all the parties charged under DPP/EACC Kisumu Chief Magistrate Court Criminal Case number 429 of 2010. Number 4, cause the Attorney General to provide a written legal opinion and advisory to the National Assembly on the status of all the court cases, whether decided or pending, relating to the ownership of LR number 7545/3 IR 21038, and in the case of decided cases, whether they were appealable or appealed, and the actions being taken by the Attorney General to protect and preserve public property and interest in the subject matter. 5, investigate in collaboration with the Business Registration Service and determine the historical beneficial ownership of Crosley Holdings Limited and Kibos Sugar and Allied Industries Limited from the time of their incorporation. 6, investigate the official conduct and actions of current and former public servants and state officers in the National Treasury, Ministry of Agriculture and State Law Office in relation to the subject matter and associated cases to determine whether there has been dereliction of duty or conspiracy to defeat justice. And 7, make any other recommendations or action it deems fit in addressing the plight of the petitioners. And your petitioners will ever pray. Presented on this day, Honorable Speaker. With your indulgence, under Standing Orders 225, if 1 or 2 members with interest could comment, I would be very glad. Thank you, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for that particular petition. Honorable Speaker, it's good that this House did a law recently on how the former parastatals and other state-owned bodies can be dealt with if they have to transit from what they were to private. But more importantly, Honorable Speaker, are those sugar factories in the sugar belt. So that story will not only end with Miwani. I happen to have grown up in the sugar belts and I know Miwani. The mass of land involved is massive, Honorable Speaker, and that will easily extend to Chemelil, Muhoroni, and other environs. That those large masses of land, which otherwise were owned by these sugar factories, and that before the sugar factories went under receivership, and therefore there were those companies and other suppliers whom they owned monies, are moving in to take those lands, and those lands are too big and massive. It's very important that this House puts its foot down to get the correct position of who are the owners of those land masses, which are basically public land, because the government has shares in these Miwani land, Chemelil and Muhoroni, so that they are safeguarded for public development and not individuals. It's worse when Kibos comes in. I get interested in this, Honorable Speaker, because we once dealt with this matter, and Kibos is a neighboring factory which has taken an opportunity, that opportunity to try and seize the land that was otherwise owned by Miwani. So therefore, the committee that will be dealing with this is a time we have to deal with these matters, and they'll replicate in other sugar factories that have gone under, like Chemelil and Muhoroni. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to commend my colleagues for bringing this petition to be handled by the Petition Committee of the National Assembly of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, the issue of land fraud perpetuated by some unknown hands, both in the judiciary, the legal profession, and of course my own profession, is becoming a thorn in the flesh and raising professional ethical issues that needs to be dealt with. Apart from just dealing with the substance of the matter, I would request the petitioner probably to reframe the petition to also include the issue of professional ethics in respect of the entire transaction. Honorable Speaker, a registrar of the court, of any court, to have connived with the conmen to literally, do what is alleged in the petition, that's professional misconduct, which should also be investigated so that the bar, all the rules and regulations are put in place to avoid such a matter in the past. To go to an extent, Honorable Speaker, to forge a court case, a court file, goes to the very heart of our rule of law and integrity of the judiciary. So I would request that the petition committee should expand this petition and this deliberation to go beyond the substance. But Honorable Speaker, I must also be on record, and the courts have variously held the same, that a title fraudulently acquired is just a mere piece of paper, as one minister once said some years back, that a title is just a mere piece of paper. It's a legally held position, and from the academia, a title that's acquired fraudulently has got no force in law. With those few remarks, I second the petition, and I hope we'll get a report as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll commit the petition to the Committee on to the Committee of Lands in terms of the enormity of the matter, so that the Committee of Lands can look through all the allegations raised of forgery, fraud, acquisition of a fake title, a mock auction, and all the issues alleged in the petition, and report back within the statutory time set out in our standing orders, that is 60 days, excluding the recess period. Yes, Julius Sunguli?
Is really to request a bit more of direction. I'm really delighted that you have referred this matter to the Committee on Lands, because there has been a practice that we are referring you are referring most of the matters to the Petitions Committee when they do not actually have the capacity to deal with land issues. What will happen, Mr. Speaker, with some of the land matters that are in the Petitions Committee? Isn't it possible that sometimes you ask them to widen their scope so that they can sit together with the petitions with the Committee on Lands, so that we can eventually get to justice? Given the fact that you don't even have a lawyer in the Petitions Committee, it's becoming a bit of a problem when we appear before them.
You want me to do suo moto or on being moved by somebody?
All right, I'll move you on a particular issue.
Yes, Owen Bayer.
On the same matter, Honorable Speaker, with utmost respect to you, Honorable Speaker, this matter of whether petitions are a preserve of the Petitions Committee only, or can actually be given to other committees, was once a subject of intense debate here. And I think the Deputy Speaker was in the seat some time ago, and we said we await the ruling of the Speaker on the same. But I have seen this.
It's not been brought to my attention yet.
So I have seen that you have...
The correct position is this. In the absence of any militating factors, in the view of the Speaker, the petition goes to the Petitions Committee. But if it's the view of the Speaker, a petition is of such complexity that it requires to be looked at by a departmental committee that oversights that particular department, then the petition can be directed. And you've been here and seen me direct some petitions to finance, others to JLAC, and now this one to lands. But if you want a comprehensive reasoned ruling, I'll give you.
I think I'm guided, Honorable Speaker, very guided and much obliged. But I'd like to say that probably we need that ruling so that we dispel that my petition has been discriminated. I wanted it to go to this place, but it has been taken to this place. But if there is a reasoned ruling, Honorable Speaker, it will help guide the thoughts of everyone else.
Thank you.
Honorable
Next,
Speaker.
yes, Tongoyo, Gabriel.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the same matter, Honorable Speaker, on the issue of this land petition going to the land committee, majority of them, I also want to say that is a good idea. And in particular, in this case, Honorable Speaker, we had a case that went through the land committee on an issue concerning the land in Mara, known as Orkiombo. And it was the PS and the CS appeared before the committee. And I think the interrogation, the investigation of the committee can only be complete if they visit to the Mara. And Honorable Speaker, it should not be lost to us that the issues of land are so emotive. And in particular in Narok, one of the biggest causes of conflict, even including where Sunguli comes from, has been land issue. So kindly, Honorable Speaker, I need your indulgence. It has taken quite a bit of time, about now 2 months. The committee seems not to be, I don't know what is happening. I need your indulgence so that at least you kind of compel the committee to visit the Masai Mara so that at least they can able to have the report on the same.
I'll look at the matter and advise you. Next order. And members, remember we have CS Agriculture coming in. Owen, let me know as soon as he's here. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 3rd December 2025, afternoon sitting. A, reports of the Auditor General and the financial statement for the years ended 30th June 2025 and the certificates therein in respect of 1, African Union and other international organization subscription fund, 2, business registration service, 3, consolidated fund service, pension and gratuities, 4, contingent fund, 5, East Africa Tourist Visa Fee Collection Account, 6, Ewazonjiro North River Basin Development Authority, 7, Kenya Film Commission, 8, Kenya Institute of Supplies Examination Board, 9, Kenya National Entrepreneurs Saving Trust PLC, 10, Nairobi National Polytechnic, 11, National Assistance Trust Fund for Victims of Trafficking in Person, 12, National Defense University Kenya, 13, National Government Constituencies Development Fund, 14, National Land Commission Staff Car Loan Scheme Fund, 15, Office of the Controller of Budget, 16, Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, 17, Petroleum Training Levy Fund, 18, Receiver of Revenue Statement, 19, Registration of Certified Public Secretariat Board, 20, Revenue Statement of the Pension Department, the National Treasury, 21, Roads Annuity Fund, 22, SACCO Societies Regulatory Authority, 23, Scrap Metal Council, SMC, 24, Special Economic Zone Authority, 25, Tourist Promotion Fund, and 26, Uwezo Fund and Oversight Board. B, reports of the Auditor General and financial statement for the year ended 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein in respect of the following constituencies: Buri, Eldas, Igembe North, Kieni, Manyata, Rongai, Sotik, Daraka, Tigania East, Tigania West, Wajir East, Wajir South, and 13 Wajir West. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I lay.
Mr. Pasaris, leader of delegation to Pan-African Parliament. She's not here. Chairperson, Select Committee on Implementation, Wanjala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 3rd December 2025. Fifth report of the Committee on Implementation on the implementation status of the report on petitions and resolutions passed by the House. I hereby lay.
Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 3rd December 2025. Reports of the Special Funds Account Committee on its consideration of the following. 1. 17th report on the audited accounts for the Director of Public Prosecutions Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme Fund for the financial years 2018-2019 to 2022-2023. Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Staff Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund for the financial years 2018-2019 to 2021-2022. Public Service Commission Staff Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund for the financial years 2017-2018 to 2022-2023, and the National Land Commission Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund for the financial years 2020-2021 and to 2021-2022. And 18th report on the audited accounts for the Cooperative Societies Liquidation Account Fund for the financial years 2018-2019 to 2022-2023, and the Management and Supervision Fund for the financial years 2018-2019 to 2022-2023. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Chairperson, Public Petitions Committee.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 3rd December 2025. Reports of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of 1. Public Petition number 65 of 2023 by Mr. Charles Ochola Osango regarding enactment of a geophysical professional bill. 2. Public Petitions number 68 of 2023 by the Honorable Robert Pukose, CBS MP, regarding irregular and double allocation of land in Chepchoina settlement schemes in Trans Nzoia County. 3. Public Petition number 75 of 2023, Mr. Fred Ondiek Sagwe, regarding enactment of the proposed Kenya Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Society Bill. 4. Public Petitions number 19 of 2024 by the Honorable Martha Wangare MP regarding settlement of residents of Oljerai community in Oljerai Farm in Nakuru County. And 5. Public Petitions number 6 of 2025 by the Honorable Ken Ochonga, MP, regarding persistent harassment and unlawful eviction of people living on LR number 176/111/MN, and I beg to lay, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Janet. Vice Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations. Major Bashir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of this House today, Wednesday, 3rd December 2025. Reports of the Joint Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations on 1. An inspection visit to the Kenyan diplomatic missions in the United States of America from 14th to 23rd May 2025, and 2. Participation in the 38th African Union Summit held in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia from 12th to 17th February 2025. I thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Energy.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Today, Wednesday, 3rd December 2025, report of the Departmental Committee on Energy on its consideration of the Energy Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 42 of 2023. Thank you, Honourable Chair. Speaker, sorry.
Leader of the delegation, Cynthia Muge, to IPU.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Today, Wednesday, 3rd December 2025, afternoon sitting. A report of the 14th Interparliamentary Union Global Conference of Young Parliamentarians that was held in Lima, Peru from 11th to 13th of September 2025. I beg to lay.
Leader of delegation to IPU US, Fred Kapondi. Fred Kapondi. Cindy, are you also laying this? Muge, are you also concerned with this? Next, leader of the delegation, Deputy Speaker, to the 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament in Geneva.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Today, Wednesday, the 3rd December 2025, being the report of the Kenyan delegation to the 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament held in Geneva, Switzerland from the 29th to the 31st of July 2025. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee, Kivaso.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 17th report on the audited accounts for the Director of Public Prosecution Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme Fund for the financial years 2018-2019 to 2022-2023, the Kenya Universities and College Central Placement Staff Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund for the financial years 2018-2019 to 2021-2022, the Public Service Commission Staff Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund for the financial years 2017-2018 to 2022-2023, and the National Land Commission Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund for the financial years 2020-2021 to 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 3rd December 2025. Honourable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 18th report on the audited accounts for the Cooperative Societies Liquidation Account Fund for the financial years 2018-2019 to 2022-2023, and the Management and Supervision Fund for the financial years 2018-2019 to 2022-2023, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 3rd December 2025. Thank you, Speaker.
Bashir. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Royal Committee on Defence, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on inspection visit to the Kenyan diplomatic missions in the United States of America from 14th to 23rd May 2025, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 3rd December 2025. I have another report, notice of motion, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defence, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its participation in the 38th African Union Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, from 12th to 17th February 2025, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 3rd December 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Wanjala, Chair Implementation.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That this House adopts the 5th report of the Select Committee on the implementation status of reports on petitions and resolutions passed by the House, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 3rd December 2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next. Honorable, as they call the next order, Owen Bayer. If the Minister for Agriculture is within the precincts, you can cause him to come in. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Member for Westlands.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 43.1, I wish to make a general statement regarding the commemoration of the International Day of Persons with Disabilities 2025. Honorable Speaker, today, Wednesday, 3rd December 2025, the global community marks the International Day of Persons with Disabilities under the theme Fostering Disability Inclusive Societies for Advancing Social Progress. On this auspicious day, the Kenya Disability Parliamentary Association, KEDIPA, is pleased to join persons with disabilities, caregivers, organizations of persons with disabilities, and partners across the country and the world at large in affirming our shared commitment to building an inclusive, accessible, and just society for all. Notably, Honorable Speaker, this year's theme, Fostering Disability Inclusive Societies for Advancing Social Progress, is both a call to action and reflection of our national progress in advancing disability inclusion. An inclusive society is the foundation upon which genuine social and economic development is built. It is society where every citizen, regardless of ability, can participate, contribute, and thrive. For the case of Kenya, this vision has been greatly advanced through the recent passage of the Persons with Disabilities Act 2025, a landmark legislation that modernizes and evolves our national disability framework and aligns it with the Constitution and the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Honorable Speaker.
You are done?
Not yet. Honorable Speaker, as KEDIPA, we proudly laud the steadfast leadership of Parliament in championing, shaping, and passing this transformative act. The commitment demonstrated by members of Parliament, both in national and the Senate, affirms Kenya's dedication to equal rights, dignity, and expanded opportunities for persons with disabilities. The Act is now in its initial phase of implementation, ushering in a renewed era of accessibility, inclusive governance, and social protection, equity in employment, political participation, and strengthened institutions' accountability. Honorable Speaker, conscious of the fact that true measure of this important legislation will be proven in full effective implementation, KEDIPA calls upon the House of Parliament to exercise their critical oversight role to ensure that all ministries, state departments, county governments, and public institutions domesticate and operationalize the provisions of the Act without delay. Equally, we urge this House to prioritize adequate budgetary allocations during the immediate cycle of national budgeting, including a supplementary budget in the first instance, so as to avail adequate funds for full implementation of the Act. Honorable Speaker, as part of Parliament's progressive journey towards disability inclusion, KEDIBA also reiterates its long-standing recommendations that Parliament establishes a disability mainstream unit dedicated to championing inclusive practices within the parliamentary service and legislative processes. Among other benefits, such a committee will ensure full accessibility to parliamentary precincts and marshalling disability responsive lawmaking across all sectors, championing systematic inclusion of persons with disabilities in parliamentary programs, employment, and public participation, and strengthening monitoring and reporting accountability mechanisms for disability rights of the national and county levels. Honorable Speaker, on this International Day of Persons with Disabilities, KEDIBA reaffirms its unwavering commitment to working with Parliament, government agencies, development partners, civil society, communities to ensure that the disability inclusion is not an afterthought but a foundation pillar in Kenya's development agenda. We believe that social progress cannot be achieved if millions of Kenyans with disabilities remain excluded from national decision and economic participation and social services. Honorable Speaker, I urge members of this House to model the way as we move toward with the unity, agency, and boldness of entrenching disability inclusivity. Let us foster a Kenya where every person is valued, supported, and empowered to contribute to our shared prosperity. This is not merely our legal obligation, it is our moral duty. Today, together, we can and must build a society where inclusion defines our politics, our development, and our national identity. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. I join everybody. Yes, you want to comment on this? Yes. Raso, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate Honorable Tim Wanyonyi for his statement. Disability nowadays, in the olden days, it comes through natural cause. But with development, with a lot of things, accidents and many other things, there are members who come to this house when they're walking on their 2 feet. But by circumstances, they actually go back home on wheelchair. Honorable Speaker, what he has presented, he has called on this House that we must stand up for people with disability, whether they are in school, whether they are in communities, wherever they are, so that they enjoy equal opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I must thank you in this House. When you walk around Parliament today, in the offices, coming to the gallery, to the chamber, a lot of improvement is being shown. That somebody is thinking that not everybody can walk on their 2 feet to whatever destination. in the premises of Parliament. You will stand out and history will remember you. I think as far as the law is concerned, which he has raised, I think we must stand up and be counted. That a lot of things are yet to be done, but I think this is the starting point. For Honorable Tim Wanyonyi and many others, we congratulate them because they have given leadership in this country under sometimes very challenging circumstances. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Dakika moja.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank Honorable Tim Wanyonyi for that statement on the International Day for People Living with Disability. And the day is related and associated with the United Nations since, I think, 1992. And today was that particular day. But I want to thank him and reiterate that there's need for the Parent Ministry to work closely with Parliament and parliamentarians so that the celebrations go deep to the constituencies or sub-counties and even lower. I know a few counties have been able to celebrate this day and even mark it, but not all counties have done so. Honorable Speaker, even in this House, not all the constituencies have celebrated this day. Partly it's because the sensitization of the day is not done mainstreamed properly from the ministry down to the other leadership. So I would want to ask a close working relation of the Parent Ministry with the parliamentarians so that we can celebrate these people, mark their day when it comes on 3rd of December, and mainstream them, include them, and apply equity that they require. One thing that really affects the people living with disability, Honorable Speaker, has been the issue of them being asked to keep on changing the card. There's a card which they are given. But every after time that they have raised that card, another one comes so that they pay again. It's an issue that I think the committee concerned, or even just the ministry, must attend to so that we don't keep on replicating the same card. And
Time up. Yes, Hassan. Dakika moja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to add my voice and thank Honorable Wanyonyi for bringing up the importance of this International Day for Disability. I would like to support the points that he's raised. We have made some progress as far as Parliament is concerned in access in terms of going around the building. But I am also hopeful that you would carry out some of the changes that would be required in this chamber to bring the people, members of Parliament with disability, more closer so that they can be more visible and have easier access to participating in the deliberations of the House. But the point that I wanted to emphasize is that I am on the Committee for National Cohesion, and we have looked at the way Kenyan corporations and government departments deal with people with disability. And we have found out that, in fact, hardly any Kenyan government ministry or parastatal fulfills the constitutional requirement of having 5% of their workers from people with disability. And to a certain extent, the mentality of these agencies or heads of these departments is that people with disability are unable, they're not able to do work. But disability is not inability. And therefore, this House needs to do more to make sure that, in fact, this legislation is fulfilled and many of these organizations are able to provide more opportunities to people with disability. I also agree with the question of the card.
Time up. Harold Kipchumba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to join my brother, Honorable Tim, and thank him for having given this statement. As I join other persons with disabilities in celebrating this day, is a day that we want to bring to the attention of the people that disability is no longer a charity affair is a developmental agenda. And I want also to just celebrate the many caregivers, and specifically today, mothers of children with cerebral palsy, with autism, and many other children that still lie at home and will never be able to leave their beds, and they'll need the care. It's a day that we want to call upon duty bearers, members of parliament, the executive, other agencies, specifically Ministry of Health, to bring on board the drugs that are needed for lifelong support of these children to be part of the essential drugs. I want to call upon the insurance companies to bring in therapies, to pay for occupational therapy, physiotherapy, which is lifelong and very expensive. Honorable Speaker, this is a day that persons with disabilities would stand up with a rallying call that nothing about us without us. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll end up there. Honorable members, the entire House joins in commemoration of the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, both in Kenya and worldwide. We'll now, clerk, let's put the question at order number 8. Yeah. Catherine Omanyo, you have a statement? Very quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 259D, Section 2B, I rise to extend hearty congratulations to our athletes for their exemplary performance in the Deaflympics Games that were held in Tokyo, Japan from 16th to 25th November 2025. Honorable Speaker, I had the privilege and honor to attend the Deaflympics Games in Tokyo, Japan, where Kenya was well represented by a contingent of 166 individuals, which included athletes, team officials, interpreters, delegates, and medics. The Kenyan athletes participated in 5 disciplines, which were athletics, women basketball, men's handball, golf, and swimming. Notably, the athletes performed splendidly, winning a total of 15 medals, being 5 gold, 6 silver, and 4 bronze. The medal winners were as follows. Gold, Ian Wambui Kahinga, men's 10,000 meters. James Mwanza Musembi, men's 1,500 meters. Lucas Wanjiru Wandia, men's 3,000 meters steeplechase. Elkana Kiprop Rono, men's 800 meters. Ian Wambui Kahinga, men's 5,000 meters. Silver, it was David Kiptum Kipkogei, men's 10,000 meters. Simon Gona Menza, Lynette Fwamba Nanjala, Isaac Tonhi Atima, and Beryl Atieno Wamira, 4x400 meters mixed relay. 3, we had Elikana Kiprop Rono, men's 1,500 meters. Jacob Kipkemoi Kibet, men's 3,000 meters. James Mwanza Musembi, men's 5,000 meters. And David Kiptum Kipkogei, men's marathon. Bronze winners were Sharon Bitok Jeptarus, women's 1,500 meters. Sarah Wangari Kimani, women's 10,000 meters. Nelson Rotich Kipkorir, men's 5,000 meters. Viola Jelimo, women's 5,000 meters. Notably, Honorable Speaker, Mr. Ian Wambui Kahinga, one of the gold medalists, not only broke the world record, but also the Deaflympics record in the 5,000 meters in a record time of 13 minutes, 52 seconds. This outstanding performance further elevated Kenya's standing, firmly asserting the country's dominance at the 2025 Summer Deaflympics. Honorable Speaker, however, It is concerning that as our athletes represented the country with dedication, they encountered logistical challenges, including delayed exchequer disbursements that led to the late payments for accreditation and meals, necessitating alternative arrangements for accommodation, meals, and transport. Meal allowances were also remitted in phases rather than in full, causing further inconvenience. To mitigate such issues going forward, I wish to urge the Ministry of Sports to ensure that they follow up and fully facilitate all teams representing the country internationally. Further, the ministry should strengthen collaboration with the Kenya Sports Federation for the Deaf and support educational institutions serving deaf learners to enhance sports development and talent identification from an early age. I also urge this House to continue supporting our sports persons, particularly those with disabilities. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Omanyo. Clerk, call out order number 8. We dispose it of.
Order number 8, motion. Consideration of session of paper number 5 of 2023 on the national policy on labor migration. Question to be put.
Order, member on the feet, take your seat. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House adopts the joint report of the Departmental Committee on Labor and the Select Committee on Diaspora Affairs and Migrant Workers on the consideration of session of paper number 5 of 2023 on the national policy on labor migration, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 9th October 2025, and approved session of paper number 5 of 2023 on the national policy on labor migration. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We go back to order number 7, CS for Agriculture. The Honorable Senator Mutahi Kagwe is in the House. You recall, honorable members, Senator Kagwe was supposed to appear before this House on 19th November 2025. He did not appear, and the House was quite concerned about his non-appearance and the fact that some junior officer in his ministry wrote to our clerk explaining that he was engaged elsewhere. Honorable Kagwe has, however, written a letter to the Speaker dated 20th November 2025, explaining the circumstances that led to his inability to appear on the 19th. The letter is copied to the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Head of Public Service, our Majority Leader, and the PS for Parliamentary Liaison, and the Clerk. The Speaker has read the letter, appreciated the explanation, and we forgive the Minister for not appearing and accept his explanation. That matter rests there. We now go to the questions of the day. Minister, we have been requested by the Honorable Dorothy Ikiara to be given an indulgence on the ordinary questions to ask question 082 of 2025 first, because she has an urgent matter to go to together with the Honorable Carrido. Is he in the House? Yes, question number 084. So I'll invite Dorothy Kiara to ask question 082 of 2025.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask question 082 of 2025. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the criteria used to determine the rates of annual bonuses paid to tea farmers across the different regions and factories in Kenya. 2, state the measures taken by the ministry to ensure that all tea farmers receive fair, uniform, and transparent bonuses based on their production levels. 3, provide a timeline within which the ministry will address the disparity to ensure that tea farmers across the country are treated fairly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
CS.
Thank you. Thank you.
The microphone. Wapi fundi wa mitambo? Clerk.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the outset, let me once again reiterate my apology for my absence when you indeed wanted me to be here. But as explained in my letter, Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, let me just say that nobody has got more respect for this House than I have. Mr. Speaker, you and I were here 22 years ago when I was a member of this House, and subsequently also a member of the other House. So the institution of Parliament is one that I have got greatest respect for. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, if I disparaged or in any way demeaned this House, it would be tantamount to demeaning myself, and I have no intentions of doing so. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, let me reiterate my apology for the same. In response to the honorable member's question, Honorable Dorothy Ikiara, Mr. Speaker, let me just say from the outset that tea is an extremely important crop for this nation. For indeed, Kenya's exports start with tea, and Mombasa is the largest tea auction place in the world. And given the position of tea in the agricultural sector, we take any matters tea extremely seriously. So in response, therefore, let me just say that the payment model, the payment model used by smallholder tea factories to pay green leaf supplied by farmers is structured into a monthly pay, which is called the initial payment, and the second payment, which is popularly referred to as tea bonus. The initial payment is an advance payment against farmers' green leaf deliveries for the month, as the proceeds from the sale of tea have not yet been realized at the time. In this regard, tea farmers are paid on a monthly basis an initial amount ranging between 23 and 25 shillings as determined by the board of their respective tea factories. The second payment, which is popularly known as the tea bonus, is the balance of the total sales minus the total cost of production, including the monthly payment. However, the second payment is dependent on 3 major factors. The first one is the price realized at the tea auction, and that in itself has got its own functions. The second one is the exchange rate of the US dollar, since we trade the tea in US dollars. And the third one is cost of production, and the cost of that production varies from factory to factory and region to region. On the auction price trend, during the financial year 2024-2025, the overall average auction prices for the smallholder tea factories dropped to an average of US dollars 2.41 and from US dollars 2.54 the previous year. The smallholder tea factories under the management of KTDA account for nearly 50% of the total tea produced in the country. The other proportion is accounted by the private independent factories, about 25% of that, and plantations and multinational factories, about 24.4% of that, and the state-owned Nyayo tea zones, some 0.7%. The decline in prices affected across all tea producers, not just in Kenya, but across the region. And the drop in prices was due to challenges in key export markets, such as Pakistan and Egypt, which had inadequate forex for importation of tea, conflicts in Sudan, the market access challenges, as you well know, in Iran. The markets collectively account for about 70% of Kenya tea exports by quantity. You will also remember, Mr. Speaker, that Russia is also a destination of our tea, as is Ukraine. And those two markets were effectively closed for our markets, and consequently, the higher supply than demand. West of the lift holder factories had lower prices at an average of US dollars 1.78 per kilogram of made tea. This is attributable to lower quality compared to what the market demands. Apart from the smallholder factories in the west of the lift, other producers who produce lower quality teas include areas like Mishimkuru in the east of the lift, private factories, and multinational tea factories. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it might be worth noting here that the smallholder tea factories always produce higher quality, irrespective of the region, than the larger plantations. Buyers prefer tea with brighter liquors and good flavor and uniformly graded and blackish physical appearance. These attributes are ascertained through organoleptic tea testing and Virtuo method, which is the conventional mode of testing tea across auction centers in the world, Sri Lanka, India, and Mombasa. This method is also used in ascertaining the quality of other beverages such as coffee and alcoholic beverages such as wine. Many of the international buyers have preferred factory garden marks that suits their consumer taste preferences. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the weighted average of auctions for small tea priorities by the region, in the financial years 2021-2022, east of lift fetched about 2.87 against 2.54, with an average of 2.71 across the country. In the year 2022-2023, east of the lift fetched 2.84, west of the lift 2.47, with an average price of $2.67. In the year 2023-2024, east of the lift was 3.02, west of the lift was 1.99, with an average price of 2.54. East of the lift in 2024-25 was 2.95, west of the lift 1.79, with an overall average of 2.41. The weighted average auction prices for the private and multinational tea factories in the same period in 2022 was 2.05, 2023 1.67, 2024 1.46, and 2025 1.59. Mr. Speaker, let me also highlight, I spoke about the exchange rate and the reason why there was a differential. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, that during the financial year 2024-2025, the shilling weakened to the dollar to exchange at a rate of 129.56 from 1.44.10 in the previous year, 2023-2024. So if you look at the exchange rates, then you'll realize that in 2021, it was about 111. In 2022, it was 126. In 2024, it went to 144. And in 2024-2025, 129. Mr. Speaker, besides the quality and the exchange rate, the cost of production also affects how much money is eventually paid to the farmers, particularly in the last payment, which we are calling the bonus. In the financial year 2024-2025, the average cost of production went up to Kenya shillings 112.96 per kilogram of made tea from 104.93 in the financial year 2023-2024. The cost of production was higher in the west of the lift than in the east of lift. That is 134.34 compared to 102.26. Due to the higher administrative costs occasioned by poor corporate governance practices, such as high numbers of board meetings, overemployment in tea factories, as well as factory operational inefficiencies. Mr. Speaker, I have given there in my report the cost of production per kilogram of made tea with a comparison of both regions, as I have established from the average that I have given. So therefore, in terms of the payment to the farmers, in financial year 2024-2025, the payments to the farmers dropped to an average of 56 shillings per kilogram of green leaf from an average of 64 shillings per kilogram of green leaf in the financial year 2023-2024, and Kenya shillings 59.02 in the financial year 2022-2023. The drop in payments of about 12.5% and the high cost of production. So the total average payments in Kenya shillings per kilogram of green leaf ranges, and I would like to give a comparison from 2021 to 2022. In the east, it was 56 shillings. In the west, it was 42. In 2022-2023, in the east, it fell 65. In the west, 51 shillings. My apologies. Mr. Speaker, in 2023-2024, in the east, it fell 78 shillings versus 49 shillings in the west, and 69 shillings versus 38 shillings in 2024 and 2025, respectively. The west of leaf factories received the lower payments at an average of 38 shillings compared to 69 shillings for the east due to lower prices and relatively higher cost of production. For tea farmers in the west of the rift to get higher prices of made tea, like counterparts in the east of the rift, Rwanda, or indeed even some of the east factories, for example, some of the west factories, for example, Momul tea factory in Kericho, which fetched even higher than the prices in some of the factories in the east, we have to deliberately improve the quality of green leaf. On the second issue of the measures taken by the ministry to ensure tea farmers receive fair, uniform and transparent bonuses based on production levels, Mr. Speaker, we are cognizant that lower tea prices are due to quality of tea. The government has initiated various programs to improve the livelihoods of smallholder tea farmers, which aims at improving the average payments to the smallholder tea farmers from 50.18 shillings per kilogram of green leaf in 2022 to at least 100 shillings by 2027, irrespective of the area, as enshrined under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And these measures include the following. Given that the quality of tea is majorly determined by the quality of green leaf, the ministry and other relevant industrial players have developed a guideline/standard on the quality of green leaf plucked and delivered for processing by tea farmers to the factories. A multi-agency committee comprising of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, the Tea Board of Kenya, the Tea Research Foundation, tea factories and traders have finalized developing a draft guideline on the quality of green leaf to be adopted by tea factories across Kenya. The guideline prescribes the minimum standard on green leaf quality to be processed by all tea factories, and once implemented, it will bridge the quality and price differentials between the West and East blocks. The Tea Board of Kenya, in collaboration with the counties, is currently sensitizing tea farmers and factories on green leaf quality standards. Secondly, over the years, the valuation of tea in Mombasa has been based on organoleptic testing methods adopted by tea brokers and tea buyer exporters. Notably, organoleptic method of ascertaining the quality has been used for a long time by tea producers and tea buyers globally. However, this method has been subject to suspicion from some quarters, especially farmers who have been agitating for a more objective and verifiable method of tea valuation. In view of the above, the Tea Board of Kenya is in the process of establishing a quality analysis laboratory facility in Mombasa to validate the tea quality and safety of teas in 3 aspects. Number 1, the analytical testing of teas based on 3 sets of parameters, namely the physical quality parameter, which I explained earlier, the microbiological parameters, heavy metal contaminants, and pesticide residues, and emerging contaminants. These are the 3 analytical testing tea methods that will be used. The second one is a scientific verification of teas offered for sale at the auction to determine the evaluation based on the quality by ascertaining the levels of nitrogen, polyphenols, and ash content, which have scientifically been proven to be correlated with sensory attributes. Finally, number 3 is a sensory evaluation of tea. The Tea Board of Kenya will eventually carry out sensory evaluation of teas as part of quality assurance activities to complement the scientific testing of tea to be used in determination of price. Civic and civil works for the laboratory are complete, and equipping the lab is ongoing to facilitate its operationalization. We request the National Assembly in this regard to also support allocation of funds necessary to fully operationalize the laboratory. Number C is strategic tea quality improvement programs. This program is aimed at assisting tea factories with lowest tea quality to improve and meet the market requirements. It entails, Mr. Speaker, conducting blind testing of teas from all licensed tea factories for evaluation and ranking. Then, selecting 15 lowest ranked tea factories in quality for inclusion in the quality improvement program. The sensitizing of the tea farmers and the factory management on the standards of the green leaf is a crucial part of that process, and as is undertaking on-site capacity building trainings with tea makers for black CTC and orthodox teas. The program has been running for 2 years now, and it is expected that by the end of 5 years, most tea factories producing, quote, plainer to medium quality teas will have transited to above average or premium teas. These teas are in turn expected to fetch better prices, as has been the case with the performance of some tea factories in the West Block. And as I said earlier, Momu is an excellent example in Kericho County, whose green leaf quality is strictly adhered to as a plucking and handling culture. Number 4 is the removal of the reserve price. The reserve price, introduced in July 2021, was meant to guarantee tea growers a minimum return. However, it was removed in September 2024 due to challenges of the quality reserve price mismatch that created further challenges of depressed demand and accumulated of unsold stocks. Following introduction of reserve price, farmers reverted to maximizing on quality through plucking of substandard green leaf as opposed to observing green leaf standards. Since the removal of the reserve price, the absorption of teas offered for sale at the auction has increased and significantly reduced the accumulated stocks from 103 million bags to the normal market levels of about 30 million kilograms. 103 million kilograms to 30 million kilograms. This has not only enhanced liquidity for the tea factories, but also reduced on financial borrowing and forced tea factories to revert to quality tea production. Mr. Speaker, we have to modernize the factories. And in order to address the inefficiencies in various tea factories, the government is providing some 3.7 billion shillings loan facility at a concessionary rate of 5% from the Kenya Development Corporation to all smallholder tea factories, those who wish, in order to modernize equipment and machinery in small tea factories in Kenya. It is also expected that the factories will use the facility to also expand their production of orthodox teas, which fetch higher prices in the niche markets in order to reduce reliance on CTC teas, which are currently facing challenges of oversupply in the global markets. KTDA is also investing in factory modernization and energy solutions to cut costs and improve competitiveness. And in this regard, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the Committee on Energy is also going to assist us in fast-tracking the clearing of KTDA energy production areas so that they can cut the costs. F, Mr. Speaker, green leaf diversion, that is hawking and factory compliance, is a crucial part of this, again, aim at improving the quality. In the last 1 year, collaboration efforts between the Tea Board of Kenya and the Ministry of Interior have beefed up surveillance operations to curb green leaf malpractices in tea growing areas. Consequently, the tea industry has experienced reduced levels of malpractices, especially green leaf diversion by tea growers. In addition, the Tea Board has enhanced compliance inspections, and most tea factories and producers have shown considerable improvement in complying with tea industry code of practice, what we popularly call KS 2128, and with the terms and conditions of their manufacturing licenses. This has enabled them continually improve in undertaking good agricultural practices at the production of green leaf and good manufacturing practices in processing of tea. There has been remarkable reduction in cases of tea hawking and theft evidenced in the number of complaints and cases reported. Mr. Speaker, in terms of financial and governance audits, in order to mitigate against increasing cost of production at tea factories, the Tea Board of Kenya has initiated financial and governance audits in various tea factories aimed at establishing the corporate governance practices in tea factories and any more practices within the management or board that could negatively affect the interests of the tea farmers, particularly in their earnings. In the last 1 year, 6 factories have been audited, and the directors required to account for various malpractices that affects payments to tea farmers. However, there are limited provisions in the Tea Act 2020 to ensure good corporate governance practices. In this regard, an amendment of the Tea Act to allow the Cabinet Secretary to prescribe corporate governance guidelines and the Code of Conduct of Industry Players mirrored along the WASREB Water Sector Governance Guidelines in 2024, passed by this House, is required. Mr. Speaker, we are in the digital era and digital age. Digital marketing and e-commerce and B2B marketplace is the next place to go in order for us to increase the prices. As an alternative marketing channel, the Tea Board of Kenya will work jointly with the private sector partners to implement and promote an online trading platform, e-commerce, to enhance market access for Kenya tea and tea products. The objective of e-commerce platform is to provide a direct link between the tea consumers and the tea producers, resulting to short route to market, increased tea sales, both value-added and bulk teas, by providing the consumers with a variety of high-value teas to choose from, convenience to the consumer, and to create brand awareness of Kenya teas. Mr. Speaker, we have also enhanced diplomacy and marketing initiatives. Under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the government, through the executive, has spearheaded several efforts to promote Kenya tea in Africa, which is primarily for value-added teas, and this is the good thing. Such has been done in Egypt, where allocation of space at the free zone in Alexandria was negotiated to facilitate distribution of value-added tea in Arab Maghreb Union and the Gulf region. The same applies to Ghana, where repeat orders have been made since the flagging off of initial order for value-added teas under the Guided Trade Initiative. The Africa Trade Fair has also held in Algeria to promote tea amongst African nations under the same Africa continental-wide free trade area. This was followed by the formation of a joint commission of cooperation between Kenya and Algeria. In Morocco, a joint commission of cooperation has been formed with value-added teas as a flagship project to help opening up of markets for Kenya green tea. The government has also formed a joint technical committee to unlock the stalemate on Kenya tea trade with Iran. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to point to the House that last week there was a team led by my PS which visited Iran to negotiate on this matter. In addition, linkages of Kenya tea exporters with major retail outlets such as Walmart in North America is also being made. But Mr. Speaker, we also have to have sustainable funding of tea industry programs. Since the abolishment of the ad valorem levy in 2016, funding of industry programs like research, promotion, development, regulation, and infrastructure has been reliant on exchequer funding. Consequently, notwithstanding the increase in earnings from tea in the last 10 years, very little resources have been plowed back into the industry programs that are critical in order to make the tea industry sustainable. For example, the budget for promotion, which was in excess of 100 million shillings in 2016, over the years have been reduced to Kenya shillings 30 million, which means that the tea industry has stagnated with respect to market development. With its current budget, the board may not be able to implement the global tea industry market development strategy, which is key in addressing the glut that currently exists, causing increased levels of unsold teas in Mombasa. Kenya mirrors the strategies being used by major competing producers such as Sri Lanka, which has recorded world success in market development and branding of tea. Why? As a tea producing and exporting country, Sri Lanka charges a promotion levy of 1%, approximately $2 million annually, for market research and development and tea promotion. This gives our competitors an added advantage in the same markets we are all targeting. The development and gazettement of the Tea Level Regulations 2024 to operationalize Section 53 of the Tea Act 2020, which provides for a levy that will be used to promote Kenya tea, research, development, among other programs, is truly, truly a game changer. Mr. Speaker, in terms of regulating and control of costs, as I said earlier, to mitigate against higher cost of production, factories, through decisions made in their AGMs, should be encouraged to invest in cost mitigation measures. Factories have also signed new management agreements with KTDA, which, amongst other issues, include a reduction of the management agency fee from 2.5% to as low as 1.5% of the gross sales value, and adoption of costs of seconded staff by managing agents. In addition, a cost driver analysis, CDA, should be undertaken on the differences between the cost of production for tea factories from the East and the West blocks, and action taken to address on governance challenges, Mr. Speaker, in small tea factories. In order to address the governance challenges contributing to inefficiencies, high operational costs, and governance gaps in tea factories, The draft tea industrial corporate governance and code of practice will soon be gazetted to pave way for implementation. In addition, the Kenya Tea Board shall enhance the scope of the random audits of all factories in order to help in identifying wastages and malpractices by the boards and curb them. Mr. Speaker, sometimes we are at a loss to understand why some boards would be in opposition of an audit, while we believe that indeed every factory board should welcome an audit so that they can truly establish that there are no malpractices in their factories. In terms of the finalization of the tea industry regulations, Mr. Speaker, and in order to address a myriad of challenges negatively affecting the performance of the tea industry and impeding it from realizing its full potential, the Tea Board of Kenya, in collaboration with the ministry, is finalizing the following set of regulations. Number one, registration and licensing regulations to provide for the procedure and terms and conditions for licensing and registering tea value chain players. Number two, tea levy regulations to provide for a sustainable model of funding tea industry programs. Number three, tea general regulations to provide for regulations of all the activities being undertaken by tea value chain players. And finally, the tea trading regulations to ensure efficiency and effectiveness of tea auctions and competitiveness of Kenya tea. Mr. Speaker, on N, we need to review of the second payment model, which is what we are calling the bonus. And research by the Tea Board of Kenya has revealed that most small-scale tea farmers are highly dependent on loans and advances from SACCOs and other financial institutions, which can partly be attributed to the payment model adopted by KTDA-managed factories. In order to address liquidity challenges by the tea farmers, quarterly second payment models should be adopted where the second payment is made every 3 months as opposed to the annual payments. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I've been asked by the honorable member to provide a timeline with which the ministry will address these challenges and disparities. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of Green Love quality guidelines, this is a continuous exercise. On the establishment of a laboratory for quality analysis and tea testing, we believe that between July 2024 and June 2026, by June 2026, this will be done. On strategic tea quality improvement programs, this is a continuous exercise even as I speak. On the removal of tea reserve, that was done sometime in September in 2024. On the modernization of factories, again, by June 2026, we hope that this will be at least ongoing. On the green leaf diversion and hawking stoppages, this is a continuous exercise. On the financial and governance audits, again, by June of 2026, we will continue to do so, but that will also be a continuous exercise moving forward. And on the digital marketing and e-commerce, we hope to launch this by June of 2026. The diplomacy and marketing initiatives that we have are also continuous, as is the regulation and control of costs, and indeed also the governance challenges in smallholder tea factories. In terms of sustainable funding of tea industry, again, Mr. Speaker, and the programs on tea levy, this is by June of 2026. And we hope to finalize the tea industry regulations again by June of 2026 and review the second payment model with a gazette notice again by June of 2026. Mr. Speaker, I submit.
Kiara.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am satisfied with the measures that the ministry has taken. However, Honorable Speaker, I wish to reiterate that the ministry should make a proper follow-up, more so on the governance matters, and make sure that on the improvement of quality of tea and lowering the cost of production, Honorable Speaker, so that next year we don't come back here to be treated to the same measures, Honorable Speaker. I'm satisfied.
Minister, in addition to that, there is a committee. Actually, most of the members who raised the issue on tea bonuses are not here. There is a committee we set up, chaired by the chair of the Committee on Agriculture, Dr. Mutunga, which is sitting as we speak, and they indicated their report will be ready in a week or two. We close committee activities on the 15th. So this matter being what it is, we'll await the outcome of the committee. We'll share with you the report, and we may, if necessary, call you back on that particular issue if members so wish. Since the questioner is satisfied with the answer you've given, let's go to the question of Carrido. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, let me confirm to the honorable member that indeed this exercise we are going to actually emphasize on. And Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the committee, indeed the chair has been in touch with us, yes. And we proposed that before the report is made, it might be a good idea to spend some little time with us so that we also inform policy issue on the report, if that is okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will allow members who come from the tea growing areas, both east and west of the Rift, to meet you and look at the report together. Then they can inform the House. Question 084 of 2025, Daniel Carrido, Igembe Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask this question. Could the Cabinet Secretary clarify the actual quantity of miraa exported daily from Kenya to Somalia, given that the Agricultural and Food Authority, AFA, reports an average of 15 tons per day, while the Nyambene Miraa Traders Association, are duly registered and the most active Association of Miraa Farmers and Traders, report exports of over 40 tons daily. Second, explain why official data on miraa export to Somalia remains inconsistent and unreliable despite the continuous export since July 2022, and how this has affected trade negotiations and policy decisions between the two countries. 3, state the measures being undertaken by the ministry to ensure accurate reporting of miraa export data, safeguard government revenue, and promote equitable support for the miraa sector in terms of research, marketing, infrastructure, and budgetary allocation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
That should be shorter than the previous one.
It is indeed very short, Mr. Speaker. The question, I just need to scroll down, Mr. Speaker, because it was a question that was, there was a question before then, and I need to, yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me just open by very quick remarks to say and to inform the House that cat, popularly known as miraa in Kenya, is a major catch crop for Kenya and consumed and used for trade for decades. There are about 110,000 farmers growing cat in about 360,000 acres, benefiting over 1.4 million people who are engaged directly or indirectly in that farming. And Mr. Speaker, the annual production is estimated at about 32,000 metric tons, valued at about 13 billion, based on the prevailing market price of about 400 shillings per kilogram. About 80% or 90% is consumed locally and the rest is exported to different destinations. Somalia is the main export market and consumes over 95% of the total export volume. Mr. Speaker, on the honorable member's question, the average quantities of miraa exported to Somalia daily, as captured in the AFA Integrated Management Information System, ranges between 13 to 17 tons. That is 13,000 kilograms to 17,000 kilograms, and have annexed it in my report as Annex 1. The volumes exported varies from time to time, since it depends on the orders granted to the exporters by their importers in Somalia. Somalia is the main export market for Kenya miraa, following its ban in European Union and Netherlands in 2021 and 2011 and 2012. Since the opening of the Somali market for Kenyan miraa in July 2022, the country has exported a total of 17 million kilograms by October 2025 of fresh miraa. Mr. Speaker, there is a duplicity in the question, so I'll read the next one, which will answer the first one. In response to the second question, why the official data in miraa exports to Somalia remains inconsistent, the quantities of miraa exported at any particular time or any particular moment by exporters is dependent on market requirements, orders placed by the market, space available on the cargo airlines, and produce availability, among others. The ministry, through AFA and other partner government agencies, facilitate trade by issuing required clearance documentation based on the volumes and cleared by miraa exporters. Export data obtained from AFA, Kentrade, is consistent since all the three agencies have their system integrated. The final volume that is airlifted is indicated in their air manifest that remains with the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. The export and clearances process from farm to aircraft loading is shown in Annex 2. The main entry point for miraa, ferried by air from Kenya to Somalia, is Mogadishu International Airport, from where distribution to other towns and markets commences. Currently, there is no miraa export to Somalia from Kenya by road or sea that has been recorded since the year 2022. So there are some planned interventions in response to what the honorable member has asked. One is that the government will continue to engage the government of Somalia with a view of additional landing rights outside of Mogadishu. Discussions are also underway between my ministry and Interior, together with other stakeholders, to explore possibilities of export by road. The government agencies, that is AFA and KAA, together with the miraa traders, are working on initiating and facilitating miraa cargo flights from Isiolo to Manda Islands, from where traders can serve the external market by boat. So in terms of the third aspect of the question, the measures being taken by the ministry to ensure accurate reporting, because I think this ties up with the first question that the honorable member had asked for. The ministry, through AFA, has automated all its licensing and export clearance processes and instituted system integration with the government single window system, trade facilitation platform, and the Kenya Revenue Authority Integrated Customs Management System, ICMS. This has aided in removing the human intervention in data capture and verification. I repeat that, Mr. Speaker, the human intervention in data capture and verification. The following additional measures must be implemented to ensure that data is synchronized and possible loopholes are sealed. First, Mr. Speaker, a set of all airway bills and flight manifests to be availed to AFA and Customs KRA for export data reconciliation. Second, Mr. Speaker, all miraa shipments for exports will be inspected by KEFIS so that they too conform to good sanitary and phytosanitary standards before leaving the country and the data captured thereof. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, there shall be crop inspectors from AFA to verify during the packaging and weighing in for export at the airport. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, all Miraa export data must be reported by the airline, which has not been the case, Mr. Speaker, to KAA every month, just like all other goods that are exported out of our airports. So in terms of the measures being undertaken by the ministry to support also the Miraa sector in terms of research, marketing, and infrastructure, since the scheduling of Miraa as a crop in 2016, the ministry has continued to mainstream Miraa as a commercial agricultural enterprise in Kenya, and in particular in Miraa growing regions of Meru, Embu, Tharaka Nithi. The ministry has supported Miraa/Mogoka value chain with infrastructure in Meru, Tharaka Nithi, Embu counties as part of the implementation of the Miraa Task Force report. In Meru, for example, 9 boreholes, i.e. 2 in Igembe South, 3 in Igembe Central, 1 in Buri, 2 in Igembe North, 1 in Tigania East, were constructed. 4 small market sheds, 2 in Igembe South, 1 in Igembe Central, and 1 in Igembe North, and 3 market sheds in Igembe Central, in Igembe North, and in Igembe South were indeed done and supported. In Embu, 2 boreholes were constructed, 1 in Bere North, 1 in Bere South, and 5 earth dams, 2 in Bere North and 3 in Bere South, and 6 small market sheds were constructed. In Tharaka Nithi County, earth dams and 2 boreholes were constructed in Tharaka Nithi sub-county. These infrastructures are to address the main challenges of irrigation water to boost production and productivity, and markets to ensure food safety standards are met for local and international markets. The ministry further injected seed capital to the tune of 220 million to Miraa farmers cooperative societies in Meru and Embu counties. The ministry established the Miraa Research Institute under the Kenya Agricultural Livestock Research Organization, Act Cap 319, via Gazette Notice number 9365 of 17th of August 2021 to champion research in Miraa value chain. Currently, the institute is housed in Ruiru Coffee Research Institute. The ministry has further spearheaded market access initiatives locally and internationally, for instance, in Israel, Mozambique, Ethiopia, the DRC, and Djibouti. On the issue of budget allocation for development of Miraa sector, the Crops Miraa Regulations 2023 came into force in April 2023, and levies and fees were effected in 2023-2024 financial year. The authority has since collected a total of some 67 million shillings in fees and levies. That is Annex 3 of my report. The revenues collected are utilized in the development and promotion of the Miraa subsector through capacity building, supporting market access, and product development. Notably, part of the revenue generated was utilized in the trade missions in Djibouti, which culminated in the opening of the Djibouti market. Additionally, AFA supports Miraa activities, not only with revenues generated from the crop, but also from revenues generated from other scheduled crops. The government is committed to ensuring that Miraa value chains receives the optimum support and attention required to enhance its production and productivity, as well as market access. Mr. Speaker, I submit.
Karido.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the questions are not been adequately answered. First and foremost, I want to make it clear to Mr. Waziri that on the issue of the tons that are supplied, they are saying it's 15. Mr. Speaker, we bring more than 50 pickups every day. Every pickup carries more than around 1 ton. And I think the minister needs to have some clarification and report well done, because I think the information he has are not true. 40 pickups, we should be talking about 40 tons, not 13 tons. And we are denying the government revenue because whoever is taking whatever is top of 15 is not known. Secondly, I want to make it clear to the minister that the research institute, which was started in Meru, not pick up, it's not completed, and there is nothing going on. So there is no research which is complete. Thirdly, the minister said that we have a market in Djibouti, which is not true. We don't have any market. There is no miraa going to Djibouti from Kenya. All miraa that goes to Djibouti is from Ethiopia. So we have been denied an opportunity to supply miraa in Djibouti, and the report says that we are supplying miraa in Djibouti. And the government revenue was used to establish that market, which is non-existent. So, Mr. Speaker, the report is not clear, and I think the minister should go back and clear these facts and bring a good report and truth about all these issues concerning the miraa industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Farah, Malim, you note that.
Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of the minister to what the National Authority for the Campaign Against Drug Abuse, NACADA, has classified miraa. The study classifies miraa muguka as a drug containing the psychoactive substance cathinone and cathepine, which stimulate the central nervous system. When chewed, it has a euphoric effect. Is the minister aware that this drug is banned in the entire Western world and every other country, including the countries that are our neighbors, Tanzania, and even in Uganda? And if you're found with it in Tanzania, you spend years and years in jail. Why does the government allow a drug to destroy our people and destroy even some of our neighbors? Why can't we have an alternative to miraa and use those lands and farms for purposes of coffee and tea and other crops that are a benefit to this country and that do not destroy our people?
Mr. Speaker, I want to make it very clear to the Member of Parliament that miraa being identified by the NACADA as a drug. It's not only miraa. Even coffee, even beer, they have been identified by NACADA as drugs. And I think Kenyan Breweries is running openly, BAT is running openly. So it's not only miraa industry that has substances that has drug effects. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, the cathepine and cathepine, which is in miraa, is of less effect to human beings
UMPs,
than whatever is in
asking
tobacco.
the minister question,
So I want them just to do clarification to the
just
minister, to the Member of Parliament,
yes.
that the miraa, the effect of miraa on human beings are less than those of coffee, tea, and cigarettes. So the miraa is safe, and I think even my friend here, Farah, has been using miraa for very many years. Mr. Speaker, you know Farah is the honourable member is preaching water.
Mr. Speaker, this young member of parliament from Meru, who by the way is a half Somali, you look at him very closely. I have never consumed miraa in my entire life. I'll be turning 70 next year and I've never consumed. This is a drug. And it's not only a drug here, it's a drug everywhere in the world. You think that the Americans do not know, the British, the Scandinavians, the Tanzanians who are next door to us?
Order, this is not active between the two of you.
Can he apologize and withdraw me, Mr. Speaker?
Not that, Minister.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I think I just want to add that KEMRI, the Kenya Medical Research Institute.
This is not debate. Ask the minister questions.
Okay, my question.
This is not debate.
I just wanted to say KEMRI has declared it as a drug. Okay, let me go to my question. I beg to ask the minister the following question. Could the cabinet secretary provide details on the reach of the nationwide animal vaccination campaign.
Order, Yusuf. You are a senior member of the House. I've given you an opportunity to joyride on Carrido's question, not to ask your own question.
I just wanted to clarify that KEMRI has declared Miraa as a dangerous drug. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the first matters raised in terms of the differentials in tonnage, Mr. Speaker, in response to the question, and when I was explaining the measures that we have taken, I did allude to the fact that we are aware that there is some malpractices that are within that industry. And I spelled out very many measures, the specific 4 measures, I think, that we are going to take in order for us to address the gap that you have seen. There is no reason for me to come back again. Even if I came back again, Mr. Speaker, I will give the same measures that we have given. And indeed, I am convinced, and the Honorable Speaker will be satisfied, by the time we are done with this exercise, the data that he probably has, we will very closely match the data that AFA will have. So I acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, that there is more practices in the trade, and that is what we are trying to address with the measures that I have given here at the moment. As for Djibouti, I did not say that Djibouti is buying Miraa from us. I did say, however, that the government of Djibouti has now allowed us to take Miraa to Djibouti. But from then on, it is business to business. There will be business people, and indeed there are business people who have approached AFA to be licensed to export a Miraa to Djibouti. It will be business to business, and I have no doubt in my mind that there will be people who will do that. There are also people who from other countries, even Somaliland, have come and proposed that they should export Miraa to Somaliland. But there are also limitations in terms of the geopolitical matters that are ongoing in that region, as you well know. And as for example, the transportation of Miraa from Kenya to Djibouti, we have challenges in that area. We cannot take Miraa via Ethiopian Airlines because Ethiopian Airlines does not quite welcome that on grounds that Djibouti is their market for Miraa because Ethiopia also grows Miraa. So there are some complications within the systems. But Mr. Speaker, we are trying to address those issues amicably and diplomatically in certain areas, but forcibly and demanding transparency in the other areas. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of raised by Honorable Maalim is on Nakada and so on. You know, the only thing I can say, Mr. Speaker, is that there is indeed a bill currently by the Deputy Speaker of the Senate to remove Miraa from the Nakada lists. And Mr. Speaker, you realize, of course, that this is a pretty emotive issue across board. And I will not be able to personally be able to resolve those particular differences. But for the moment, Miraa is a scheduled crop in our laws. And consequently, you know, until and unless something changes from there, we indeed will continue to trade in Miraa. However, to Honorable Maalim's point, we are also encouraging farmers in all regions to practice mixed farming. We are encouraging them to do mixed farming. For example, in a lot of the areas that Miraa is grown, we have been there with AFA Directorate distributing avocado in the same region, so that in time, you know, the farmers there will have choices between what they will export, whether they export Miraa or whether they export avocado or indeed macadamia. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Onyango Koyo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I would like the CS...
Ask question 083 of 2025.
Thank you, sir. I would like the Honorable CS to clarify the terms and conditions of the lease agreement for the state-owned sugar farms, including how the government intends to invest and or utilize the lease proceeds for the benefit of the local communities. This has been enforced by His Excellency's recent revelation that they intend to sell government parastatals and ring-fence the money.
Order, Koyo. Read the question as you framed it.
Okay, sir. 2, state whether the lease rent payable took into account the value of the nucleus estate farming land and confirm whether valuation of the sugarcane within the nucleus was undertaken, and if so, indicate the total value. 3, explain the measures put in place by the ministry and the Kenya Sugar Board to prevent the creation of monopolies, given that the leased state-owned sugar farms have been allocated to millers already operating within the same command zones. 4, provide the current status of the legal disputes relating to the Miwani Sugar Company land and outline the steps being taken by your ministry to safeguard the land from fraudulent transactions. Thank you.
Excellent. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In response to the first first question by Honorable Koyo, the 4 state-owned sugar companies, namely South Nyanza Sugar Company, Nzoia Sugar Company, Shemeru Sugar Company, and Moroni Sugar Company, were leased out and handed over to private players on the 10th of May 2025 as follows. Number 1 is South Nyanza, which was leased to Busia Sugar Limited, Busia Sugar Industries Limited, Nzoia, West Kenya Sugar Company Limited, Shemeril, Kibos Sugar and Allied Industries Limited, Mohoroni, West Sugar Company Limited. The terms of the lease included, among others, number 1, the lease rental, Kenya shillings 40,000 per hectare per year for Shemeril, Mohoroni, and Shone Sugar, and Kenya shillings 45,000 per hectare per year for Nzoia Sugar Company. Concessional fees will be Kenya shillings 4,000 per ton of sugar and Kenya shillings 3,000 per ton of molasses produced. Goodwill was equivalent to 1-year lease rental and paid once in the first year. Other conditions of the lease included the following, Mr. Speaker. The lessee shall not assign, transfer, pledge, or make any other disposition of the lease or any part thereof. 2, the nuclear land shall only be used for cane development and not be used as collateral by the lessee. 3, the lessee to invest in cane development and modernization of the sugar mill through rehabilitation, upgrading of the machines, adoption of new technologies to improve the operational efficiency of the factory. Number 4, the lessee to invest in diversification into co-generation of power, production of bioethanol and allied products. Number 5, at the expiry of the time of the lease, all the initial and additional investments shall revert to the lessor. Number 6, the management and maintenance of nuclear estate and outgrower systems. The lessee proceeds will benefit the local communities through payment of bonuses to the farmers. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, on the state of whether the lessee rental payable took into account the value of the nuclear estate, the ministry leased out all the land, buildings, plant, and machinery. In other words, it's a complete package and the entire ecosystem. Only motor vehicles and livestock were exempted from the list of items leased. The nuclear estate and standing sugarcane was not valued separately, since these were considered in the leased asset portfolio that was already predetermined. On 3, Mr. Speaker, on the explanation of the measures put in place by the ministry and the Kenya Sugar Board to prevent creation of monopolies. The operations of the leased state-owned sugar farms are regulated by the Kenya Sugar Board. The board was established by the Sugar Act of 2024. The Act has several provisions that give the Sugar Board regulatory powers for market monitoring, regulation, and control of unfair trade practices which are used to restrain monopolistic behavior. The existing framework include the regulatory oversight by the Kenya Sugar Board on compliance, cane harvesting, and milling operations, and number 2, farmer protection and sugarcane pricing frameworks under the Sugar Act of 2024. Besides the Sugar Act of 2024, the leased sugar factories are managed in accordance with the provisions of the Competition Act. The Competition Act provides that a person or firm has a dominant position in the market if the person produces, supplies, distributes, or otherwise controls not less than 1/2 of the total goods of any description that are produced, supplied, or distributed in Kenya, or any substantial part. Number 2 is that it provides or otherwise controls not less than 1/2 of the services that are rendered in Kenya or any substantial part. Following the leasing of the 4 state-owned sugar mills, none of the sugar companies controls more than 50% of the market, and therefore the fear of monopolistic tendencies shall not arise. Again, Mr. Speaker, it is good to note that we also trade in sugar within the COMESA region. So it's not just our factories, there is also the COMESA production. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, is the status and the legal disputes related to the Miwani Sugar Company. Mr. Speaker, this has been an ongoing issue for a long time. And the parcel of land known as LR number 7545, number 21038, was initially subject of litigation in Kisumu. The case being the HSCSS 2025 of 1993. That is Nagedra, Saxin versus Miwani Sugar Mills Limited and 2 others, where the plaintiff alleged that he obtained judgment against the defendant and was granted an order to attach and sell the said land to recover a decretal sum. Miwani Sugar Company, 1989, Limited, was not a party to the case. And when they learned about the sale, they applied to the court for the sale to be set aside. Mr. Speaker, the High Court then set aside the proceedings that were used to purportedly sell to Crossley Holdings Limited and declared the case to be a nullity. Crossley Holdings Limited and Nagedra Zaxin filed an appeal at the Court of Appeal in Civil Appeal 261 of the year 2008, which appeal was duly heard and dismissed.
What was declared a nullity, the case or the sale?
The sale, were used purportedly sale to the sale, Mr. Speaker, was declared a nullity in accordance with what the report we have, the report I have.
So it's not the case.
Yeah. So, following that then, in 2008, the appeal was made and jury heard, but was also dismissed. The court also reiterated the position that the proceedings that were used to effect the sale were also null and void. When the predecessor of the Kenya Sugar Board, Agricultural and Food Authority, commenced measures to lease the land, Crossley Holdings Limited filed yet another suit at the Kisumu Environmental and Land Court, being petition number 6 of 2020. Crossley Holdings Limited versus the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, and Fisheries and others. And despite the court being notified that the issue regarding the legality of the alleged purchase was being settled by the Court of Appeal, has been settled by the Court of Appeal, the presiding judge, that is Justice A.O. Ombwayo, delivered yet another judgment declaring Crossley Holdings Limited as the owner of the property. Miwani Sugar Company Limited and the Attorney General have filed an appeal at the Court of Appeal, being Civil Appeal number E207 of
How can a junior court override the Court of Appeal?
Mr. Speaker, I authority in law.
Go.
As it stands, Mr. Speaker, there are two conflicting judgments on the issue of ownership. One from an environmental and land court, and the other from the Court of Appeal. The Cabinet issued a memo that directed the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock and the Attorney General to enter into a amicable settlement with Grocery Holdings Limited and record a consent. Mr. Speaker, this process is still ongoing. I submit. On the question, that's it, Mr. Speaker, because the next question was the one for Igembe.
Yes, and of course, Minister, there's been a petition presented before the House this afternoon on this matter, and at some point in time, your ministry may be caught in the crossfire. Koyo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the CS on certain aspects. I only wanted to know, to inform him that we will need the valuation report of the belongings of the various factories before the lease was done. So this will inform whether they were done properly or not. And if possible, we would want to know the workers' plight. What was pledged during the leasing, I was involved in the leasing, and what was agreed has not been done to the workers, also to the suppliers. And we want these things to be addressed properly. Then when I come to the elephant of the House, I have very little to say. The Speaker has spoken. This matter you have read had been judged at the Court of Appeal, which was then the Apex Court. Now we cannot get the judgment of the Court of Appeal to be reviewed by a land and environment case. That is, somebody is trying to subvert the law. And we would want your ministry to be very steadfast the way you are. We are trying to address it from other quarters. And we also want to know the position of the locals. The locals' representation, when as these factories were parastatals, the government provided for directorship from the locals. But now, with the lease going on, I do not know how the interests of the locals are going to be taken care of, or whether the lessees are going to get the usual bygones that are known, that there are the people who are going to represent the interests of the locals, the local community. Now, on supplementary, I would like to know, this House has passed the creation of the reconvention of the new Kenya Sugar Board, which is very useful to the farmer on the ground. But because of plethora of legal actions here and there, I do not know what steps your ministry is going to take to make sure that the board is finally in full operation. I rest.
Thank you
Minister,
very much.
Hold on, let's take Mwalimu Milemba.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. I really got interested in the minister's speak on Miwani. And he explains how Court of Appeal made a ruling, and later on, Court of Environment.
Court of Appeal didn't make a ruling, it made a judgment.
Allow me to use ordinary language, Honorable Speaker, because I'm not a lawyer like yourself. But thank you for those corrections. And then later, the Environmental Court also came in to make new orders. In fact, that matter is disturbing us. And you, as a Minister of Agriculture, you should be very keen and interested in this land, because this was originally public land or government land. So then, what are you doing within your ministry to make sure that that land goes back to Miwani or public or the government itself? Thank you.
Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I've heard the Cabinet Secretary talk about monopoly, dominant players in the market, and just want to bring to his attention that the entire Busia County and the neighboring region, we only have one sugar company. That's Busia Sugar Company. And are indeed involved in some very mischievous and probably market predatory activities, whereby they are leasing swaths and swaths of acres of land, purpose of growing sugarcane, and paying the local owners of the land meager, very, very little amount of money. And secondly, there's also a very interesting scenario, Honorable Speaker, and probably might not be his, but for him to note, that the other cross side of Uganda, there's an Indian company that has leased a large parcel of land from Uganda, and they have tilled all the way into the Kenyan land. I will be bringing a substantive matter, but I just wanted to bring to his attention that if he's here, we have confiscated the sugar cane. We know where area we believe is in Kenya, and taken it to wherever we want to take it, should not be surprised, should not be a diplomatic matter, but to be self-defense. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the Honorable Koyo's issue of the valuation, indeed, there were valuations that were done. And as a matter of fact, I presented to the Committee of Agriculture a document that had all those details, but I'll be happy to provide the same. On the issue of employees, Mr. Speaker, what we had agreed and what we did do with the employees was to agree with the factories that for a period of at least 6 months, nobody was going to be laid off because they had to assess who they will need and who they will not need. And there are two circumstances here, Mr. Speaker. There are people, and you will see it even in advertisements in the newspapers, where, yes, there are people who are leaving the factories. And obviously, you know, that they are not very happy because of that. And I sympathize with the situation. But there are also younger people now who are joining the factories. As this modernization process is taking place, you'll find advertisements for Chemeril and others who are looking for, you know, individuals, engineers, young engineers and technicians and so on, who are being hired. So even as some people are leaving, some others are also going in. And we have agreed with these people that we will try and treat these people as humanely as possible. Further, Mr. Speaker, we are under no instructions for no less than the President of the Republic, President Ruto, that no individual employee is not going to be paid because most of the debt that was left, that we had with the employees is actually government debt on grounds that we were the shareholders. And we are the ones who owed those people monies from NSSF, monies from NHIF, deductions as such to those people. It is a government debt. So the government has to pay, you know, these employees, those who are staying and those who are being, particularly those who are being let go by the investors. But on the issue of the sugar board, let me just say the following, Mr. Speaker. You will recall that a while back, the Agricultural and Food Authority experienced exactly the same thing. In its wisdom, this House passed an act that included the selection of the election, indeed election, of people for the sugar board in certain zones. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is litigations galore on this matter. On the first instance, there are litigations regarding the zones, where, for example, some people in Munyara may not want to be in Miwani, and so on, in terms of the regional makeup. Secondly, even within the regional makeups themselves, there will be litigation regarding who is being selected. And Mr. Speaker, we might have no choice but to come back to the House and seek for amendments, seek for amendments of the Act to allow for faster implementation of the Act. It took 5 years for AFA to come back to the House and get those amendments. I hope, Mr. Speaker, it can be done faster, for this. Otherwise, it is indeed quite feasible that it can delay for a long time because of not because of the ministry's fault, but because of the field and how it is. We have already established a committee.
Minister, after passage of the bill, which is now the Sugar Act, I come from the sugar zone, and there are people who have been campaigning to be elected as directors of Kenya Sugar Board for the last 3 years, campaigning continuously for the last 3 years. Something must be done. If you want Parliament to assist you, approach Parliament through the majority leadership to do so. It's not fair to those ordinary farmers And you know how expensive campaigns of any election in this country are.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as proposed, I believe that the way out is to approach Parliament so that we can make some amendments to allow for faster appointment of the board members. Just what you have said, Mr. Speaker, is in itself a problem, because that is what is happening there. And when eventually you get somebody elected, you will still go through litigations. And the usual, and as we know, our country is a pretty litigious nation. So, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of Miwani, yes, we in the ministry are as concerned as the people of Miwani on this issue. And as you can see, it's a matter that has been going on for over 20 years, or in fact, it's almost 30 years of litigation that has been going on this matter. And I think the decision to try and resolve the matter through the cabinet memo that is there is probably the way out of it. And once the settlement is made, then the farmers can decide and the people can decide whether indeed that is a settlement that they feel is fair or not. But Mr. Speaker, this is a matter, of course, I am continuously engaging with the Attorney General as the legal mind of the government, as it were. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of Busia Sugar Company, yes, I am aware that there are 2 factories in the Busia area. And I also know that the issue of Uganda in terms of transporting. But, Mr. Speaker, let me make it clear that as much as we have invested and as much as we have leased sugar, we are not yet in Kenya sugar sufficient. Let me clarify that for clarity, so that you don't go throwing, acquiring Uganda sugar when we need it, when we might still need it. Mr. Speaker, the 4 sugar factories that we are talking about were really downtrodden for many, many years. And even though the production of sugar went higher, last year, from about 500,000 metric tons to about 814,000 metric tons, our consumption is still over 1 million. And the long and short of it is that we have been relying on COMESA sugar to fill the gap that we have got. The other issue is that as we embark on the modernization of the factories, we are likely to do 2 things. Number one is that and through CARO and through the Sugar Board, we want to start implementing new sugar varieties. That means that certain areas you probably replant sugar varieties, hopefully that to take a shorter period. I think the other issue, Mr. Speaker, as you well know, is that we had to stop cane harvesting in order for cane to mature, because for a long time, farmers have harvested quantities of sugar but don't get commensurate prices because of the quality of the sugar. So moving forward, we are not just going to focus on the quantity, we are also going to focus on quality. This means that into next year and probably the other year, there will be disruptions of production, after which I believe towards 2027, in my opinion, by 2027, we'll probably begin even exporting of sugar. But cane does take time to grow. And the varieties that we want to produce will take time to grow. So, Mr. Speaker, if there is somebody from Uganda, please just first of all ensure that they are licensed they are authorized to bring the sugar, don't ban them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Adan Haji is in the house. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to ask the Minister to answer question 01.
You filed this question yesterday.
Yes.
Is it you or some other member?
It's me.
The member, I thought it was Abdikadir.
Pardon? It's me.
Yes.
Yeah, who filed it?
It's by private notice.
Yes.
I remember the minister calling me last evening, saying he had just received the question
Okay.
And he was unable to assemble his team to assist him put together the answers. But let him tell us if he's ready, we'll answer it.
Okay.
If he's not, I'll forgive him.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, I'm not very ready for this question, but I would like to mention.
But
a
if
few
you are
things.
ready to answer it.
Yes, let me.
It's a very simple question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, let me explain the vaccination process that is currently going on in the country and to say the following. That first, as you will remember, in the ASO regions and in other parts of the country, there was resistance to the vaccination process, particularly because the process that was being used had been, I don't know how to use it, but there was a lot of political work.
It was politicized.
It was
It's common knowledge.
politicized. It was politicized. Yet, it is a crucial part for us going forward, particularly if we want to enter the export market and indeed practice good practices for our people in terms of meat consumption and the health and economy of those in the ASO region who practice livestock farming. Mr. Speaker, since then, we have started a very healthy vaccination process. And not only have we started a vaccination process, we have started it via e-voucher and an electronic and digital system that we are calling AniTrack is the one that we are using so that we vaccinate the animal and also put in identification methods in the animals so that we know which animals we have vaccinated and which ones we have not vaccinated. This is something that we are rolling out. The AniTrack system has been tested in the government farms, in government livestock, and we are rolling out now in some counties for the same. And we are happy, Mr. Speaker, that county governments have now ably and very quickly adopted this method of vaccination. The vaccination exercise is going on, particularly for two diseases, the FMD and the PPP. And Mr. Speaker, we vaccinate in accordance with the measures that have been identified by the vet department of the ministry. But to say that we want mass vaccination so that in 3 years, if we vaccinate mass and continuously for 3 years, then we will be declared free of FMD. And a lot of the countries that are refusing to take our meat are refusing to take it because they know that FMD exists in our country. In fact, Mr. Speaker, you will remember that there was a president who visited us and who was given some animals from Kenya by our president. But our vet department will not allow the animals to leave because of FMD. So it is crucial that we ensure that the vaccination exercise is done and done scientifically. It is done scientifically because there is no point of vaccinating cows. You cannot identify the cows that you vaccinated and the ones you don't, and then they mix, and then you have to start from the word go. So I would like to appeal, Mr. Speaker, to the honorable members, particularly honorable members from the ASO region and the other areas that are not necessarily the ASO but are also keeping cows, including dairy farming, to accept this digital system that we are going to use for animal identification so that it can be scientifically implemented.
General policy statement. Do you have the numbers that the question is asking?
Mr. Speaker, I do not have the numbers on me. I will pledge and accept that to provide the honorable member with those numbers.
Yusuf?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, as you initially said, the minister is not ready with the answers now. So what I will request is for the minister to provide written answers to my questions because it's not the first time Kenya is vaccinating FMD and PPP. When I was 21 years old, I joined the Department of Veterinary Services, and up to recently, we have been doing this vaccination. But what is different is that identification. And some of us are an advocate of the vaccination processes. When it was declared that there should be mass vaccination on 30th of January 2025 this year, and when it was politicized so much, some of us were out there to campaign for the vaccinations to take off. But unfortunately, I have not seen it happening in my constituency or in my county. And that is why I had to ask this question. So please give us a written statement. I may answers to this statement. And also, if it has not started in the ASAL areas, we are there to advocate for it. We are there to convince our communities, and please let it start, because we know the value of vaccinating these animals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Russell, then Rindikiri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think you have indulged us on this particular question. And the minister has attempted to globally answer why disease-free zone in Kenya is really important. But I wanted to pose two general questions linking on the same, is the issue of drought. The rains have failed in the ASALs. And I think we might be facing the drought of 2019 to 2022 in the phase. What is it that you are planning so that we don't face the colossal losses that we experienced that time, where we lost almost 3.5 million livestock? And also, last year, there was the livestock board that was gazetted, which corollary will be really helpful to your work in the sector of livestock. And we don't hear anything about them. Are they there? Is it active? Has it been operationalized? Please respond to us, because as livestock keepers and people from ASAL, we are really concerned that livestock board is not in place. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Rindikiri. Take those, Minister Rindikiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come from Meru County, but specifically Bode constituency borders what is defined as ASAL area. That's like Laikipia North, Isiolo North, and Laikipia East. And in many cases, we fall victim of dryness and also diseases. My question first is, when are we going to receive vaccination program for each county or constituency? Because what the CS is saying is that we wait until they agree on certain things. Mr. Speaker, I think the Cabinet Secretary should be able to give us a deadline. Number two,
one question.
I think that's very important,
Okay.
because he knows where we come from. There is an issue. Vaccination is one. Number two, I want to thank the government for ensuring that the price of vaccine has gone down. That's a plus. But now the problem is the availability and the supply is a serious question. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oyula.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to ask an additional question on vaccination. Can the ministry extend vaccination to Busia County, in particular, Butula constituency? Or secondly, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of tsetse flies in our areas. So most of the animals die because of the ECF caused by tsetse flies. What is the ministry doing to eradicate tsetse flies in some of our areas? Thank you.
Professor Jaldeza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what the minister had confessed is that he has not done education to the farmers and given affirmative action to educate the farmers on the significance of vaccine and that it plays a major role in preventing avoidable deaths. Mr. Speaker, come January to March 2026, we are going to face an impending drought. These farmers are going to lose hundreds of millions of their livestock. What are the mitigating measures the minister has put in place to save those animals?
Bashir, Major.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think mine is just in line with what Professor has said. Honorable North Region, Wajir, Mandera, Garissa, as you plan to vaccinate, what plans have you put in place to mitigate the current drought situation? Because it's affecting livestock in that region. Thank you.
Minister, can you answer this?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Clerk, what's happened to the mic?
Thank you.
Have you muted the mic? Where is the other mic?
That's not it's working, yes, it's working. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the outset, as I said, I was not intending to respond to this particular question because I'm not ready with the details that the members would like to have, and I do commit to giving all the details that have been asked for. But let me just say this for in terms of policy establishment, policy area, that in terms of the drought, Mr. Speaker, indeed, the members are right that it's been a debate every year in, year out. The proposal that is there, beings, that is why we have got the National Cereals and Produce Board, where we store feedstuffs. There's only one way that you save somebody, beings. That is why we have got the National Cereals and Produce Board, where we store feedstuffs. There's only one way that you save somebody or an animal if there is a drought. There has to be foodstuffs or feed that has been saved and has been put aside for the animals. And Mr. Speaker, what we have established is feedlots. But one of the weaknesses that I found in the ministry is that the so-called feedlot can be described, yes, as a lot, but not as a feed, because there is no feed where the animals are. We have proposed to the county governments going forward, in each of the feedlots that we establish, let us also establish a huge go-downs of hay and silage where we can keep feedstuffs, because it is cheaper to buy feedstuffs during animal feeds, during the high season. For example, during the rains, there is a lot of feed, silage and feeds across the country. And it all dries up together. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is cheaper to buy the hay and stock the hay than to buy animals, which is called restocking. It is cheaper to buy the food than to restock. In any case, even from a humanitarian perspective, the pain that a farmer will go through watching the animals die, has to be calculated within the cost of ensuring that we can create sufficient silage and animal feeds and store them in our feedlots, so that in a situation like this, we can bring them into a center and have the feedlots. The other one, of course, is the issue of supply of water during drought and ensuring that we have got sufficient water supply. A lot of those areas also, the water pans also dry. So it's a question of using new methods, not just depending on a water pan that is likely to dry, or a water pan that has got no proper care in terms of linings and so on, so that it doesn't dry out as easily as they are doing now. So it is a topic that is on the table. I would like to get assistance also from the members of parliament from those regions, so that we can work together with the county governments to put priority in silages and feeds, because that particular aspect is actually the role of the county governments. But we are pushing as a ministry to make sure that they do so from a policy point. On the issue of the livestock board is operational. It's operational, maybe not as active as it should be, but then again, let's also give them time to organize themselves, because it's a new board. I remember actually it was appointed on the week that I think a few months that after I joined the ministry. So it is on board, But if you give them time, I'm sure they will do what they are supposed to do. And it's got some very good people in it, including a chair, who I think is committed to this, to the cause. On the issue of the question from Meru on the issue of disease, vaccination, and the program that we ought to bring. Again, we are working on this with the county governments. And we have rolled out, Honorable Bashir, we have actually rolled out the vaccination in certain counties. Maybe we are not in your county yet, but we have rolled out the vaccination process. What was missing and what to me is critical and important and must go together with the vaccination is this ANITRAC digital system that we have to use to identify the animals. But Mr. Speaker, again, I'll seek the indulgence of the members of the House that there are some areas that were very resistant to the issue of animal identification. Very resistant. And I would like, as the Honorable Member rightly said, that the education to the farmers is something we must collectively do, so that as we address the farmers in various forums, it is good for us also to point out to them the importance of animal identification. Moving forward, it is the only way we are going to be able to export animal and to export beef outside the country. So on our part, we will embark on very, very vicious. We have been working on this thing for the last 1 year because luckily for us, Mr. Speaker, this is a system that is homegrown. We are not going to import, the ANITRAC system. We have developed it ourselves with our universities right here in Nairobi. So we will not be importing it. It's a system that we have worked on, and we are also working on sufficient budgetary allocation to ensure that once we start the process of animal identification, we don't stop. So yes, there is need for us to go out there and educate farmers as to the importance of this one. We will obviously do so through the media and through other means, but I'm also seeking your support in ensuring that we do so. And indeed, in Busia, there is SSFly. As you know, we have got a division, our parastatal that we have established to deal with SESE and trichomoniasis. And through this organization, we are addressing the issue of SSFly. Effectively, one of the things that we are doing is introducing, again, technology in the spray of areas that SESE is breeding in. And we are introducing drones in those areas, just like we did for malaria. Because for malaria, you find that there are certain areas where a human being will not be able to go because of the nature of the terrain. But you can send drones there to spray the larvae that is in those regions. So we are also introducing technology to deal with the SSFly. And indeed, there was a meeting not too long ago here in Westlands in Nairobi, just discussing the issue of the elimination, or at least the control of the SSFly. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to
Minister,
beg your indulgence.
as a matter of personal interest too, I'm also a livestock farmer. I lose about 6 to 10 animals every year from SSFlies in Bungoma, Busia, Kakamega, Trans Nzoia, down to Siaya. We are the same ecosystem. And in the general area, we don't see any activities. Would you step up this SSFly control and treatment facilities? Charity Kadambi, you just walked in and I see you raising your hand. Give her the mic. Then we'll close with Nabi. Give Charity Kadambi the mic. There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to take advantage of the presence of the CS for Agriculture and Livestock. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to ask the CS, are Kenyans safe with the chemicals, the pesticides, and the insecticides in this country, which is being used in our crops? And I'm raising this, Mr. Speaker, because recently I entered in the committee of the implementation, and I met so many reports which the current PS had been invited by the committee itself. And the question was like, they had done a recommendation of 365 chemicals to be scrapped in this country. But Mr. Speaker, sir, with the report, it's only 70 chemicals, which is part of insecticides and the pesticides, which has been scrapped. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, with the kind of the sicknesses in this country, with the cases of the cancers in this country, and very unique, dangerous diseases in this country, I'm just asking our CS, Livestock and Agriculture, are really Kenyans safe? And actually, what are they doing as the ministry so that to make sure that all the chemicals which were recommended by the implementation committee that are purely scrapped? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Nabi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to pick from where you left. Last week, in parts of Kakamega, including my own constituency, and parts of Trans Nzoia, there was reported foot and mouth. Now, Mr. Speaker, the CES is more of promissory than practical. Under Schedule 4 of our Constitution, the Minister of Agriculture, national government, is to provide policy. Mr. Speaker, I'm very disappointed that we're still talking about drafts. Mr. Speaker, the CS needs to get down to work, pen to paper, paper to Parliament, Parliament to approve. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is Uganda has eradicated tsetse flies. Why is it in Kenya? 54 years after independence, we are still losing animals to tsetse flies.
Point made. Minister, very quickly, in less than 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I completely agree with the last speaker, first and foremost, and that more needs to be done in that area. We are quite practical. It is true that Schedule 4 gives policy and shares the agricultural responsibility between the two levels of government. But when it comes to national outbreaks of disease and so on, you'll find in the same Schedule 4 that we do get involved in sorting them out. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, the reason why you don't find mass deaths of animals is essentially because of the work that we are doing. But I do agree with the Honorable Speaker that we should do more, and we will. On the issue of pesticides by the Honorable Kagambi, yes, one of the policy statements that we issued immediately on my getting involved in Parliament is that in the ministry, is that we will not use any product that is not used in the host country that we buy the product from. That's number one. Number two, it is following those recommendations that we banned 77 products. We can't ban 365 products at once because certain products, the 365 products may be the products that we are using, but not necessarily all of them are necessarily dangerous products. And it is my intention, Mr. Speaker, that there will be no products that are going to, no dangerous products are going to be used in the Kenya agricultural sector. It goes further than that, Mr. Speaker. In my role as chair within the COMESA region, we have also, within the East African community and within the COMESA region, we have proposed that a product that is banned in one country within our region, it should also be considered as banned in the other country. Because we can ban all these products in Kenya. But if we are buying tomatoes and we are buying other onions and we are buying stuff from the neighboring countries and they are not banning them, our banning will be in futility. So we are acting not just as Kenya to ban the 200 and limit another 200. We have banned 77 and limited 230 other products, meaning that the 230 are being used only in accordance with certain restrictions and in accordance with certain conditions. It is not a matter we are taking lightly, Mr. Speaker. This is a serious issue. is an issue of environment, is an issue of health, and we do not take it lightly. And as I said, we are doing it both within and also outside. And the Pests Products Control Board is well aligned in this area. And we have made certain changes also within the board to give it strength in its laboratories for testing and for benchmarking as far as those products are concerned. And I'm quite alive to the fact that the House has been very insistent, including the Deputy Speaker of the House, in moving that we remove a lot of the harmful products in the House. It is not in anybody's interest to keep using them, and they will not be. I thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Speaker.
Minister. We'll end here with you. You can go back to your office. Yes, Koyo. Hold the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It came out from the Honour's Cabinet Secretary that what was leased was the factory, not the lands. We want the title deeds to either be kept by you or by the governor, since lands are devolved.
He didn't say that.
No, he said that they did not lease the land. But the title deeds are in the hands of leasees. And we know some of them cannot stop at maneuvering to make use of the title deeds. They didn't lease the land.
He said,
yes,
if I got him right,
yes,
they leased the land, the factory,
yes,
with conditions that whoever has taken the factory
cannot be used as collateral.
Yes.
Yes. As I'm pleading with him that therefore they should rush to get possession of the title deeds. Because some of the leases, we know their history.
To that extent, you are right.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank
but
you.
it's not correct that they didn't lease the land. They
yes.
leased the land.
They leased the land.
But there are restrictions on the use of the security.
The security.
Yes.
Thank you.
Order, Charity. This is not how the House runs. Minister, you are released.
Thank you very much.
Next order, as we go to order number 9, I have a letter from Dr. Mutunga nominating Madenge, who is in the House, to move that motion. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, consideration of the mediated version of the coffee bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2023.
You have already called for the next order? Yes, the Honorable Madenge.
Mr. Speaker, that pursuant to the provisions of Article 113(2) of the Constitution and Standing Order 153, this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2023, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 2nd December 2025, and approves the mediated version of the Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2023. Mr. Speaker, coffee traditionally has been one of the key crops grown in this country and a key export earner. Mr. Speaker, when the National Assembly considered the Senate bill, almost 50 clauses were amended. And as a result, because the Senate did not agree with the amendments, we went into mediation. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Mediation Committee that devoted an entire Monday where traditionally the House does not sit and sat up to 7 p.m. to ensure that we did justice to arriving at a consensus bill. Mr. Speaker, 8,000 smallholder farmers produce coffee in this country on an acreage of between 0.2 hectares and 3.
Mr. Speaker, these smallholder farmers account for up to 70% of the coffee produced in this country. The medium, small scale and medium estates who are growing coffee on between 2 hectares, on between 5 acres and 20 acres produce 20%, and the large estates that are planting coffee on above 20 acres produce 10%. However, Mr. Speaker, the smallholder farmers have really suffered due to failure to effectively regulate coffee production and coffee marketing and coffee trade. And this bill could not have come at a better time. The coffee sector has suffered, with farmers being saddled with debts that do not, arising from financing programs that have not benefited the farmers. Subsequently, the government has, on several occasions, had to step in and try and bail out the farmers. But that cycle of debts has always recurred. And as a result, coffee production in our country has suffered, plummeting from a high of about 150,000 metric tons in the 70s to currently less than 50,000 metric tons. Fortunately, the government has come up with an ambitious plan to increase production in the period 2024-2029 back to the pre-1970 production. Yet, the acreage Ada Coffee has in the traditional coffee growing areas of Kiambu, Kirinyaga, Nyeri, Murang'a, Bungoma, Kisii, Kisumu has gone down. The passage of this bill brings back hope not only for our country, as coffee is a key exchange earner, but also to the livelihoods of the ordinary people in this country. The production of coffee is expanding to new coffee growing areas in Kericho, in Nandi, in Mount Elgon. And therefore, there is a lot of hope that coffee will continue to give a viable alternative to rural households across the country. Mr. Speaker, in this bill, we have sought to re-establish a national institution in the form of Coffee Board to oversee and become a competent authority on matters coffee, take care of production and productivity, ensure there is strategic targeted marketing of Kenyan coffee, establish the Kenyan coffee blood in the global market, and ensure that the farmers continue to enjoy better prices. Mr. Speaker, it is sad that today, despite the advances in technology, buyers of coffee still have to physically be present in Nairobi to be able to bid for our coffee. It is envisaged that with the coming of this bill, we will have a truly digital coffee exchange, so that any lover of coffee across the globe, sitting in their homes and in their cities, in their own destinations, can bid for coffee that is on offer at a coffee exchange in Nairobi, allowing our farmers to have a better access to markets globally. Mr. Speaker, the production of coffee has also suffered due to the failure to have a dedicated research institution to take care of coffee. This bill is re-establishing the Coffee Research Institute and ensuring that the Coffee Research Institute will have a wider scope beyond the production of better varieties that are more climate resilient, that have better production, that have a better resistance to coffee diseases. They will also be responsible for disseminating the research knowledge directly to farmers. Mr. Speaker, the small-scale coffee producers have suffered also in the hand of cartel-like tendencies, where we had entities previously holding multiple licenses across the value chain, and therefore they tended to hold the farmers captive. Mr. Speaker, in this bill, we are establishing 3 levels of licensing at the county governments on areas of production, primary processing, and value addition. The sale of coffee or the marketing of coffee will be controlled by the Capital Markets Authority, and the export of coffee will be handled by the Agriculture and Food Authority. And all these licensing bodies have to issue the licenses in consultation so that no single entity will have multiple licenses across the different levels of the value chain. Mr. Speaker, the other area of opaqueness was the settlement of coffee proceeds, such that money sold would be put up would end up in the hands of one entity who was called a marketer, and they would arbitrarily decide what to distribute. Mr. Speaker, we have ensured that we have a centralized settlement system that will encourage both transparency upstream and downstream, so that all deductions can be visible to farmers and other interested players, and the money will be distributed from that central settlement system and distributed to the respective value chain players according to the prices that have been contracted. However, Mr. Speaker, the cooperative movement is a key tool in this country for pooling commodities, pooling resources, and it is important that we do not disrupt the ability of the cooperative movement to leverage on the economies of scale. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, to calm the fears of farmers that had come about from the direct settlement system, we have defined that for the purposes of the settlement of coffee proceeds, the grower, for purposes of the settlement, will be either a coffee cooperative or a coffee estate. And therefore, the power and the ability of the farmers to pool their resources will not be disrupted. Mr. Speaker, the coffee farmer is also receiving quite some support from the national government in terms of subsidized inputs, currently in the form of fertilizer. We are hoping that with the passage of this law, we can also be able to expand the scope of the subsidy so that other inputs like agrochemicals and soil testing capabilities are supported, so that farmers can be more precise in increasing not only their production, but also the quality of their coffee. It is imperative, Mr. Speaker, that farmers understand that the passage of this law allows them to access the global market within the segment where Kenyan coffee is domiciled today as specialty coffee. And this bill, it will also encourage the further opening of the direct sales, where farmers can engage with buyers directly, and therefore enhancing the earnings. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, this bill will also help us in sorting out one last time the debts all owed by coffee farmers, and mostly in the cooperative sector, and therefore relieving the farmers of the yoke of debt, which has been an issue of prolonged debate in different arenas. Mr. Speaker, with that I move, and I request the majority deputy whip, Honorable Owen Bayer, to second.
Deputy Leader.
Majority, yeah, the deputy majority.
Deputy Majority Leader. You start with Deputy.
Yeah, Deputy Majority Leader Owen Bayer to second.
Proceed, Owen. Give him the mic.
You want me to go to this one? Try you.
Follow the trail.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I pick it up from there by saying that I second this mediated version of the Coffee Bill 2023, Senate Bill number 10 of 2023, Honorable Speaker. I second. And in seconding, I want to say this, Honorable Speaker, that the principal object of this bill is to provide for the development and regulation of the coffee industry in Kenya. This bill proposes to reorganize the coffee industry by transitioning the regulatory and commercial roles currently undertaken by the Agricultural Food Authority to the Coffee Board of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, this is a very important point of departure that we must consider. When AFA was set up, it took all the crops and bundled them and put them under one organization, Honorable Speaker. Coffee Board of Kenya, Tea Board of Kenya, and many other organizations that existed then, Honorable Speaker, were folded and put together under AFA. But we have realized that there was a big problem, Honorable Speaker. It led to the death of some of the crops, and one of those that suffered was coffee, was sugar, was tea, was cashew nuts, was coconut. All these suffered because of that dint of, I don't know what to call it, Honorable Speaker. The people just said, let's kill all these organizations. The killing of that organizations went with lives of people who had invested heavily their lives in these organizations, but somehow Parliament came and passed that law. Today, Honorable Speaker, we're unbundling coffee and removing coffee from AFA and setting up the Coffee Board of Kenya. And I just hope this is just the beginning, that all other crops will also be unbundled and put in their proper place so that they're given space to grow, Honorable Speaker. I have seen the tea bill, I saw the sugar bill, and I think we need to continue to unbundle coconut, cashew nut, and many other oil crops, pyrethrum. We repealed the pyrethrum bill here, Honorable Speaker, because we have a pyrethrum. So, Honorable Speaker, that is the essence of the mediation, Honorable Speaker, to remove coffee from AFA and set up the Coffee Board of Kenya. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the bill further seeks to transition the research of coffee. Research, you know, there used to be a song when I was a young man on KBC, no, VOK then. They used to say, Coffee Board of Kenya. It used to be there. But the Coffee Board of Kenya also had the Coffee Research Foundation. That was also killed by AFA. But in this bill, Honorable Speaker, what we're doing, we are reintroducing Coffee Board, the Coffee Research and Training Institute, and we are removing it from KALRO, the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization. That is where research for coffee was being done. So the second thing that we are doing, Honorable Speaker, is to remove the research on coffee from KALRO and take it now to a new institution called the Coffee Research and Training Institute, which is a plus for farmers. And interestingly, Honorable Speaker, I've gone through the bill and I've seen the mediation-dated version is very interesting, that it will now be run by a person with a PhD, not just any other person, but a person with a PhD. And I think that is very, very important because he will be the team leader of many researchers, and I think he requires to have a research degree, which actually is what a PhD does. Honorable Speaker, we know that this bill originated from the Senate. It was transmitted here, Honorable Speaker, and as members of the National Assembly, we passed this, but we passed it with amendments. When we passed it with amendments, we took the same amendments to Senate, and Senate rejected those amendments. And therefore, as the law provides, as the Constitution provides, we had to do mediation. Now, I want to thank the Mediation Committee. I want to thank profusely the Mediation Committee. Because however difficult, I think there were very many clauses. I can't remember the number of clauses that were changed, Honorable Speaker, but there were very many. But the sacrifice and the tenacity, Honorable Speaker, and the dedication from the team, they were able to resolve all these issues that came up in that mediation. Therefore, I want to speak on the contentious issues, Honorable Speaker. The mediation committee considered the contentious clauses in the bill and agreed on a mediated version of the bill. And that's what we are looking at. The committee managed to reach a compromise and iron out key contentious issues between Senate and the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, I want to go one after the other of those contentious issues. I'll not finish with them, but I want to just look. Key among them is the issue of licensing of various actors in the coffee sector. There was contention between us and Senate on who were the licensees, who were the people going to do licenses between national government, the coffee board, and county governments, Honorable Speaker. These were some of the contentious issues. So the second schedule to the bill outlines 19 licenses now. There are 19 licenses, permits and certificates to be issued by the various licensing authorities. Now, the various licensing authorities have been detailed to be the Coffee Board, county governments, and the Capital Markets Authority, Honorable Speaker. So this is one of the key results of the mediation. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the distribution of these licenses was a major contention. Which, is it county which will handle this? Is it Capital Markets Authority which will handle this? Is it Coffee Board which will handle this? This was also contentious, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I want to thank the committee because they resolved that and said that these licenses, but the committee deliberated on the issues very soberly and objectively and managed to reach an agreement in the best interest of the farmers and the sector, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the other issue that the committee managed to successfully deliberate on is on the functions of the Coffee Board, the functions of the institute, and the qualification of the board members and senior officers. For instance, Honorable Speaker, like I have mentioned, that the Coffee Research and Training Institute should be led by a PhD holder. This was agreed. It was earlier on contentious, but it was agreed, Honorable Speaker. The other matter, Honorable, that was also successfully resolved was to successfully agree and align the manner in which the three licensing authorities, the Coffee Board, the county governments, and the Capital Markets Authority, will be able to share information and undertake consultations in undertaking their functions. This was contentious, but now we have a seamless process of consultation between the Capital Markets Authority, the Coffee Board, and the county government. That, therefore, Honorable Speaker, makes it easy for us to move. Honorable Bashir is telling me my time is up. I want to tell him I have 1 more hour to go. The committee was also able to streamline the bill to ensure that all the licensing authorities and other stakeholders in the coffee sector consult and collaborate in the undertakings of their functions and duties. And I think these were contentious, but it was resolved. Another important thing, Honorable Speaker, that happened was that the committee did a commendable work, Honorable Speaker, ensuring that the coffee bill was mediated successfully within the legal timeline. You know, because of the issues that were there, it was very possible that we would go outside the constitutional timelines, and therefore the bill would have lapsed. But I thank God that they saved the bill, and here we had, the Honorable Speaker, that this act, selfless act, they worked up to on a Monday and up to 7 p.m., Honorable Speaker, deliberating on all this. I want to say that that sacrifice was important. It was meaningful, and we want to thank you for that kind of dedication to save the coffee sector. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this as I close, that coffee was one of those foreign exchange earners that we were very proud of for many years as a country. Coffee. You know, even us when we were in primary school, we would know which are the foreign exchange earners, tourism, coffee, you know, you detailed them. But now we are a country that boasts that our remittances only come from people who work abroad. Our foreign exchange, people who work from. And yet we are an agricultural country. We are still an agricultural country. And it is from agriculture that you will be able to get manufacturing running in this country. You'll be able to get factories running in this country, Honorable Speaker. This is the time, Honorable Speaker, that we need to pitch our tent in the agricultural sector and increase production of coffee, of tea, of sugar, and all these crops, Honorable Speaker, so that the dream of turning Kenya into a manufacturing country is a reality. And it can only be real, Honorable Speaker, if the Minister of Agriculture, the minister was here and said many things, Honorable Speaker, but it is in agriculture that we can move to value addition, to manufacturing, and to the things that will help to create jobs in this country, within the soils of this country, and enjoy productivity that are the soil that God gave us in this country called Kenya, Honorable Speaker gave us. So with all those many remarks, so that I can assure my friend Bashir that he has time to move his bill, I want to second and ask members to support the mediated version of the coffee bill so that we set coffee on the trajectory of growth again in this country. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose a question. That pursuant to the provisions of Article 113(2) of the Constitution and Standing Order 153, this House adopts the report on the Mediation Committee on the Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2023, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, the 2nd of December, 2025, and approves the mediated version of the Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2023. Nabwera. Nabi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the mediated version of the bill. Mr. Speaker, I entirely agree with the second of the motion that the biggest mistake this parliament did was to pass an act called AFA, an animal so moribund, so dysfunctional, so discriminative, and so disappointing to the farmer. Mr. Speaker, in the world today, other than oil, the second most traded commodity is coffee. Mr. Speaker, the world has a shortfall of 7-3 in the requirement of coffee. Mr. Speaker, in 1963 to 1987, Kenya was the highest producer of coffee in Africa. Mr. Speaker, as I stand here today, because of this animal called AFA, the dysfunctional entity, even Uganda, which was number 10, is producing more coffee than Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the most disadvantaged farmer in this country has been a coffee farmer. He has lost money to brokers. He has lost money to an entity called AFA. He has lost money to an entity called KRA. The reason I rise to support this bill, mediated bill, is because, one, it is re-regulating and reintroducing the dignity of the farmer. Number two is that this bill
is putting at the center profit of the farmer. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, that this bill intends to deal with the biggest animal in this country, an animal called a broker. Mr. Speaker, you may not know. In the past 4 years in this country, a few people have been holding coffee farming hostage. They are the processor.
That's your point of order.
Cartels are the problem. Otherwise, brokerage is a well-recognized profession. Brokerage is a wonderful, professional, and well-paying job, well distinguished. So could he have better choice of work?
Regulated brokerage. In which, with rules that make sure that it's a fair play. So proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes it's because of the schools of English we went to. So I bear with
Honorable Nabwera.
I bear with the colleague.
Honorable Sene is one of the most eloquent, refined.
Yeah, but some of us were taught by
Queen's
proper
English adherence in this. What should I call the King's
Mr.
English?
Speaker.
Proceed.
Thank you.
He's read so many Shakespeare.
Thank you for your
I don't know if
kindness.
you had an opportunity. Proceed.
But Mr. Speaker.
And in any case, a first class in his own.
Mr. Speaker, Elijah in the Bible, the book of Elijah, is very clear on knowledge. It presupposes that every day is a learning day. Mr. Speaker, what I was saying is that there are few people in this country holding coffee farming hostage. And I want to laud the committee for realigning the issue of licensing, which includes brokerage. Mr. Speaker, my only advice, where we have required that the minister brings regulations to this house, can they be followed up to ensure that they come as fast as possible? We have seen elsewhere where we passed the law, including the Sugar Act. They are dilly-dallying with the regulations, which are supposed to operationalize the act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sani Ibrahim.
Mr. Speaker, I am not a coffee farmer, and I don't come from an area where coffee is grown, but we really consume coffee. Being a member of this National Assembly, we represent the country in its entirety. And I can't remain indifferent to any matter that affects any Kenyan wherever they are. And with that belief, I felt wise, however shallow it might be, that I do contribute my voice to this very important bill, mediated bill. Mr. Speaker, we are talking of a crop affecting nearly over 800,000 households in the country. 75% of the farmers of coffee being held hostage by a cartel who take advantage of the bigger swath of the process, from processing to the sale of the product. Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded of a court ruling on this aspect too, that direct settlement system was declared unconstitutional by the court of law, which meant paying directly to value chain actors was declared illegal because of its exploitative nature. To that extent, this mediated version is in tandem, in sync with that court ruling that has declared that manner of dealing with coffee farmers unconstitutional, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what has been bedeviling the coffee farmers is the fact that people, one entity could hold multiple licensing in the value chain. So you could have one person mimicking many faces in the value chain and exploiting the real farmer, the grower. Mr. Speaker, we have had lack of transparency in the flow of money to the farmers. So the cartel were the ones who are getting a huge chunk of the profit. So it asks for full disclosure of cash flows to at least track who really benefits, who is getting what. Mr. Speaker, this anchors on the government's program. This bill, as it is the mediated bill, anchors the initiative of the government to at least increase coffee production from 50 metric tons to 150 metric tons by the year 2029. So it is a step towards a dream in realizing the dream of the government. Mr. Speaker, that will translate to making earnings from 35 billion to about 100 billion. That will be a milestone achievement if this bill sails through as it was mediated. Comparatively, Mr. Speaker, I was just thinking of northern Kenya. Well, the coffee farmer deserves all this support and more. From where I come from, we also we keep our crops, our camels, goats, and sheep and cattle. And you know what it means when it comes to supply chain. When shall we really also come to that level? Given its huge contribution to GDP, its untapped potential, even in dryland farming, when shall we have an act on sorghum, millet, simsim, which are very important crops, friendly to the assals? So it's a welcome bill. I entirely agree with it and accept. But it also reminds us from northern Kenya to quickly come up with bills like this to support what is doing well in our areas. Without much ado, I support. Thank you.
Honorable Bashir Abdullahi. Did you wish to contribute on this, or you listed your name earlier? How about Honorable David Mboni?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Although I'm not, I don't come from coffee growing area, but this issue of coffee is really disturbing. Mr. Speaker, in 1975, this country experienced the highest growth in GDP, and which was actually driven, it was around 8% or 10%, and it was driven by agriculture. And one of the crop which was bringing this growth was coffee. That's the time of coffee boom. Although the country wasted at that time, the money was not invested well, but with time, coffee production and honey especially in foreign exchange, has gone down. You know, currently we are talking about diaspora remittances from our children who are working outside there. Some of them are working in very bad conditions. Well, we are neglected agriculture. We have tea, horticulture, and coffee, which we used to be number 1, is number 4. These are very serious events. And one of the things which has been happening is the brokers. I mean, the brokers are really frustrated coffee farmers. And farmers have moved from growing coffee to other profitable products, profitable crops, especially in coffee growing areas. You go to Kiambu. Kiambu, they have divided all the land, which used to be agriculture, coffee farms. And what we are seeing there is real estate. Actually, most of the people are moved to real estate, which is more profitable than coffee because of these kind of frustrations. Mr. Speaker, it's best to note that our coffee is one of the best in the world. And it is actually blended with other coffees so that from other countries so that it is more tasty. The proposal to have the auction of coffee online, I think this is a very innovative way of doing things. Because instead of having people somewhere and all of them coming physically to see and buy the coffee, I don't think that is the best way to go because world has changed. I should be able to sell my coffee while I'm seated somewhere in my house. Or I should be able to buy coffee while I'm seated somewhere. So the idea of the auction, online auction, I think this is a very, very innovative way. And I think this is one way of actually dealing with the brokers. Because the auction will be done online, you can see how much is being sold, what price is being sold at, and therefore what profit are the farmers are supposed to get. Mr. Speaker, as we move to the reforms, I think it's also very important to encourage investment in value chain. Most of the time, we are taking our own coffee, which we have exported in raw form to other countries, and then we buy it back. Imagine buying, selling a kilo of coffee at less than 1,000 shillings. And then you buy a processed quarter of a kilo or less than a quarter of a kilo at 2,000 shillings. I mean, we have to move to value chain. We need to process our coffee to the final product so that our farmers can earn maximum, even this country can earn maximum profit from our sweats. Secondly, doing that, we're also creating employment. You know, the moment you export a product, you are exporting jobs. You're exporting jobs to other countries. So Mr. Speaker, I really, I'm very happy about this bill, the mandated bill, and I support it. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Abdul Haro in the House? No. Under circumstances, there doesn't seem to be any interest. I don't see any more interest. Can I call on the mover to reply?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I am delighted to be in this House and to have participated in the mediation of the coffee bill. The coffee farmers have really been waiting for the enactment of the coffee bill that gives them back their power to be able to participate effectively in the decision-making about across the value chain, and more importantly, to have a say in the sale, marketing, and pricing of their coffee. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the House for giving us that honors and also for accepting to support the mediated version of the bill. This is a great day for the coffee farmers in Kenya and for coffee trade in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reply.
Fair enough, honorable members, I now put the question. That pursuant to the provisions of Article 113(2) of the Constitution and Standing Order 153, this House adopts a report on the Mediation Committee on Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2023, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, the 2nd of December, the year 2025, and approves the mediated version of the Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2023. Will those men of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will those men of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, motion, consideration of the agreement between the governments of the Republic of Kenya and the Republic of Singapore for the elimination of double taxation with respect to taxes on income and on the prevention of tax evasion and avoidance.
Order number 10. Where is the chairperson on committee, departmental committee on finance and national planning in the House? You are moving that, you are from that committee, and you are moving that.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Motion, proceed.
I'm ranking member of the committee. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopt the report of the Departmental Committee of Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the agreement between Government of Kenya, Government of the Republic of Singapore, and the Government of the Republic of Kenya for the elimination of double taxation with respect to taxes on income and prevention of tax evasion and avoidance. Laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 22nd December 2025, and pursuant to the provision of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, CAF4D, approves the ratification of the agreement between Government of the Republic of Singapore and the Government of the Republic of Kenya for the elimination of double taxation with respect to taxes on income and prevention of tax evasion and avoidance. Honorable Speaker, the National Treasury and Economic Planning, on behalf of the Government of Kenya, concluded negotiation on the agreement in June 2023. The agreement was signed on the sidelines of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly in New York by the Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for the Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs on 23rd December 2024, paving way for the ratification process. Subsequently, the Cabinet approved the ratification of the agreement in the first special Cabinet meeting of 2025, held on 11 February 2025. The agreement was published in the Kenyan Gazette on 2nd May 2025, Gazette Notice number 5583 of 2025. Honorable Speaker, the agreement seeks to afford relief from double taxation in relation to income, tax, and any rates of similar character imposed by the laws of Kenya. The agreement further seeks to further develop the economic relationship between Kenya and Singapore, enhance their cooperation in tax matters, seal loopholes for non-taxation or reduced taxation through tax evasion or avoidance, including through treaty shopping arrangements aimed at obtaining relief provided in this agreement. This agreement for the indirect benefit of residents of third jurisdictions. The agreement contains 30 articles. Honorable Speaker, the agreement seeks to eliminate instances where income earned between two countries may be subject to double taxation, and further provides certainty in investors and businesses operating in both jurisdictions. This will enhance cross-border trade and investment, as well as deepen economic cooperation. Honorable Speaker, Singapore is a prominent global financial and commercial hub. The agreement is anticipated to boost investor confidence and attract foreign direct investment into the country, particularly in financial services, infrastructure, logistics, and emerging digital sectors, while creating opportunities for Kenyan enterprises to global value chain. Honorable Speaker, why is this agreement important? Honorable Speaker, in 2024, Kenya and Singapore traded goods of approximately US$ for 149 million. In combined Kenya imports from Singapore plus Kenya's exports to Singapore. Honorable Speaker, Kenya's exports to Singapore was valued at 5.97 million, which reflects a modest export levels relative to Kenya's overall export globally. Kenya's export to Singapore included coffee, tea, and spices at 1.47 million US dollars, olives at sluggish and ash, $0.99 million, edible preparations and fruits, 1.7 US dollars, 1.7 million US dollars, plants and flowers at 0.68 million US dollars. Honorable Speaker, Kenya's imports from Singapore in 2014 amounted to 41.24 million US dollars, and mainly composed of plastics, which were valued at 6.4 million US dollars, man-made stable fibers, valued at 5.13 million US dollars, machinery and boilers at $5.08 million, chemicals at 3.97 US dollars. On the other hand, Singapore export to Kenya in 2024 was valued at 108.2 million US dollars, composed mainly of machinery and nuclear reactors, which were valued at 4.5 million US dollars, plastics at 14 million US dollars, man-made fabrics and other industrial goods, which were valued at 60 million US dollars. Honorable Speaker, trade between Kenya and Singapore has grown substantially since 2017, when bilateral goods trade was much smaller at around 85 million US dollars. By 2022, it was roughly at 212 million US dollars. Kenya is ranked among Singapore top trading partners in Sub-Saharan Africa, which is, Kenya comes around number 9. Honorable Speaker, beyond goods, services trade also forms part of the relationship. In 2022, Singapore exported 272.5 million US dollars in services to Kenya and imported 56 million US dollars in services from Kenya. A bilateral agreement, a bilateral investment treaty and air services agreement exist to promote further economic ties and investment. Honorable Speaker, the agreement contains 30 articles consistent of international standards on tax treaties, providing clarity on taxation of income, including businesses' profits, dividends, interest, royalties, capital gains, and employment income, while ensure that each country's taxing rights are well protected. Honorable Speaker, The agreement also incorporates important provisions related to exchange of tax information, cooperation between tax authorities, and measures to prevent treaty abuse such as tax evasion and avoidance. These provisions support Kenya's domestic revenue mobilization efforts and enhance the fairness of the tax system. Honorable Speaker, the committee examined the agreement in line with the Constitution, the Treaty Making Ratification Act, and national policy priorities, and is satisfied that it is in the public interest and supportive of Kenyan economic transformation agenda. Honorable Speaker, the committee, in accordance with Article 118 of the Constitution, facilitated the opportunity for public participation through newspaper and advertisement. While no memoranda was received, the committee fully complied with all legal obligations regarding stakeholders' engagement. Honorable Speaker, the agreement does not in any way limit Kenya's sovereignty over taxation matters, but rather enhances predictability, transparency, and administrative cooperation in the application of tax rules between the two countries. In consideration of the benefits outlined and having met all the legal requirements, the committee recommends that the House approves ratification of this agreement in accordance with Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, CAV 4D. Honorable Speaker, accordingly, I urge the House to adopt the report of the Departmental Committee of Finance and National Planning and approve the ratification of the agreement between the government of the Republic of Singapore and the government of the Republic of Kenya for elimination of double taxation with respect to taxes on income and prevention of tax evasion and avoidance. With those few remarks, I request the minority.
There is no minority leader here.
The deputy majority leader, Honorable Mbaya, to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, that's Treasury, former Treasury Mandarin is a friend of mine, and I enjoy working with him, and that's why I take this opportunity to second him. Not just him, but also the motion that he has just tabled. Honorable Speaker, what the 2010 Constitution did was very fundamental shift that all agreements that are signed, bilateral agreements that are signed, must actually come to this House, and that the House of Representatives must also look at them and come up with a consent and agree, Honorable Speaker. That's one of the fundamentals that we achieved from the 2010 Constitution. And that's why we have this bilateral relationship between Kenya and Singapore on the issues of taxes coming to the floor of the House, Honorable Speaker. If you look at the presentation that has been made, Honorable Speaker, by the Honorable Member, my Speaker, I just want to make just one reference here. This is about elimination of double taxation with respect to taxes on income and prevention of tax evasion, Honorable Speaker. This, if you read the title of this bilateral agreement, it tells you the importance of it. One, that we are going to have elimination of double taxation with respect to taxes on the income and the prevention. I think that's a key word, prevention of tax evasion and avoidance of taxes. Honorable Speaker, when we have this kind of agreements, Honorable Speaker, it gives us an opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to actually get more money to the country. When we eliminate double taxation, Honorable Speaker, what we get is an opportunity to make more money because we stop evasion of taxes, Honorable Speaker. And I think this is a very important agreement. It's a bilateral agreement between Kenya and Singapore, Honorable Speaker. The balance of trade between Kenya and Singapore, you see, it disadvantages us. Our exports around 5 billion, and they have 14, Honorable Speaker, US dollars, Honorable Speaker. But as we work, Honorable Speaker, we hope and pray and work hard as Kenyans to actually reach where Singapore has. I love the dream the President has, Honorable Speaker, and this is very significant, that we can actually, within our time, transform this country into a first world country by ensuring that the incomes that we get We ensure that we have more exports, Honorable Speaker. We ensure that we have more investments that are coming into the country, Honorable Speaker. That way, the dream of being a first world is a reality. I believe that it is reality, that we can be a Singapore in Africa, Honorable Speaker, and boast about it. But there are certain fundamental things that, Honorable Speaker, we must do. One of them, enter into this bilateral agreement that we are looking at here today, Honorable Speaker, and also ensure that the balance of trade eventually favors Kenya, or we have just a balance, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Kenya's exports to Singapore are at $5.97 million US. Kenya imports from Singapore is $41.25 million US. The remainder reflects Singapore's exports to Kenya, Honorable Speaker. Now that disadvantages us. But what is it that we send to Singapore? We send coffee, tea, and spices. We do iron ores and slag and ash, edible preparations and fruits, plants and flowers, Honorable Speaker. These are the things that we take to Singapore. Now, to ensure that we avoid, it is in these businesses, Honorable Speaker, I can see the Honorable Member is looking at me, it is on these businesses that we find tax evasion. People want to cut, here and there so that they evade taxes. Because they think probably that there is double taxation. And when someone feels that there is double taxation or is being overtaxed, Honorable Speaker, the first thing he wants to do is to evade the tax. But when now we enter into this bilateral agreement and say, all right, so let's remove double taxation. When we remove double taxation, then there'll be one way of taxation, Honorable Speaker. Then what we get is people stop avoiding paying taxes. They avoid and they stop evading taxes, and therefore we make more money. And that's why this bilateral agreement, my Speaker, is very important. That's why I second it and support it and ask the members of this House to support it so that we can make progress as a country and get more money to develop the country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Singapore and the Government of the Republic of Kenya for the elimination of double taxation with respect to taxes on income and the prevention of tax evasion and avoidance, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, the 2nd of December, the year 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D, approves the ratification of the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Singapore and the Government of the Republic of Kenya for the elimination of double taxation with respect to taxes on income and prevention of tax evasion and avoidance. Catherine Omanyo.
It's a report by our chair, and Honorable Kivasu is the one to read. I'll second.
We are dealing with order number 10. Fair enough, there being no more interest in this business, I'll call on the mover to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me take the opportunity also to thank the members and especially the Deputy Minority Leader. He has really struggled to say something on these reports, this treaty, because I'm aware that he's not an economist. He did a degree in teaching, so he has really tried. But let me say this. This double taxation actually is a big discouragement to investments, because what we are trying to admit is that, if Singapore starts a company here, and then we tax the company, when they take the profits back to the country, is also taxed, and vice versa for the country. So this treaty is supposed to encourage foreign direct investment in both countries. And Honorable Speaker, you know, this country is really fighting very hard to get foreign direct investment. The other day, it was reported that we have improved. But when you look at the foreign direct investment in Kenya compared to East Africa, when Uganda getting 3.5 billion US dollars annually in foreign direct investment, Kenya is getting less than 1 billion. Tanzania are getting 2 point something. So we need to work out, put in measures which can really bring direct investment so that we can create jobs, we can reduce unemployment in this country. So with those few remarks, I reply.
Honorable members, I now put the question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Singapore and the Government of the Republic of Kenya for the elimination of double taxation with respect to taxes on income and the prevention of tax evasion and avoidance, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, the 2nd of December 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D, approves the ratification of the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Singapore and the Government of the Republic of Kenya for the elimination of double taxation with respect to taxes on income and the prevention of tax evasion and avoidance. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, consideration of the agreement establishing the Shelter Afrique Development Bank.
The Departmental Committee on Finance.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House adopt the report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the agreement for the establishing the Shelter Afrique Development Bank, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 2nd December 2025, and pursuant to the provision of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D, approves the ratification of the agreement establishing the Shelter Afrique Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, Shelter Afrique currently is headquartered here in Nairobi, and has been a key institution supporting housing development across Africa since its establishment in 1981. Kenya is not only a founding member, but also the largest shareholder, holding 16.23% of the paid-up capital. The transformation of Shelter Afrique into fully-fledged development bank is intended to reposition the need to better mobilize resources globally and support governments in delivering affordable housing and urban development. Honorable Speaker, Kenya ratification of the Shelter Afrique Agreement was approved by Cabinet during its meeting held on 11th February 2025, and on 4th September 1981, 17 African countries, member states, including Kenya, together with African Development Bank and the African Insurance Corporation, established the Company for Housing and Habitat in Africa, known as Shelter Afrique, through a memorandum of understanding at a meeting held in Arusha, Tanzania, on the same dates. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Section 8.1 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D, the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs submitted the parliamentary memorandum on Kenya accession of the agreement establishing European Bank for Reconstruction and Development to Speaker of National Assembly, laid on the table of the House and committed to the committee in line with Standing Order 170A1. Honorable Speaker, this agreement supports the government priority programs under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. The housing component is critical to addressing the current housing deficit and stimulating job creation in construction sector. By ratifying the agreement, Kenya will secure the following. 1, increase access to long-term sustainable development financing. 2, support to public and private sector housing developers. 3, strengthen partnership in delivering affordable housing and essential infrastructure. Shared Africa has already financed over 135 housing-related projects in Kenya, valued at $319.5 million, including student accommodation, microfinance housing loans, and public-private partnerships such as the Everest Park project and the Karibu Homes development in Athi River. Honorable Speaker, the agreement introduces a new governance framework, including a board of directors with expanded decision-making powers, a nine-member advisory council comprising finance ministers and finance experts, and clear obligations for members to participate in governance and capital structure. The authorized capital under the agreement is $1 billion, creating a stronger and more competitive institution capable of accessing international capital markets. Honorable Speaker, in reviewing the agreement, the Committee on Immunity, Taxation, and Suspension of Funding. After careful analysis, the committee found that these provisions are consistent with the international law and practices governing multilateral financial institutions. They do not contradict the Constitution and are necessary to safeguard the independence and financial integrity of the institution. Importantly, Honorable Speaker, the agreement does not require any amendment to the Constitution. Only the Shared Africa Act, Cap 493C, and the Host County Agreement 1983 will require review and alignment once ratification is completed. Honorable Speaker, through ratification, Kenya will affirm its diplomatic commitment to coordinated development, to secure financial opportunities to accelerate delivery of affordable housing. 3, strengthen Nairobi's position as a regional hub for development, finance, and multilateral cooperation. And lastly, gain expanded technical support through the Center of Excellence, including knowledge sharing, research, and capital capacity building. Honorable Speaker, this will further enhance Kenya's relationship as host of headquarters and ensure continued economic and strategic benefits from its membership. Honorable Speaker, the agreement presents a significant opportunity for Kenya to expand its access to housing finance and unlock economic growth. The community is satisfied that the agreement aligns with the Constitution and promotes national development priorities. I therefore request this Honorable House to approve the ratification of the agreement establishing the Shared Africa Development Bank and adopt the report on the Department Committee on Finance and National Planning. With those few remarks, I beg to move and request Honorable Deputy Minority Leader to second.
Honorable Speaker, I actually do that. I second this motion on the consideration of the agreement establishing the Shelter Africa Development Bank. Honorable Speaker, ably moved by the Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, the Shelter Africa Development Bank, like you have heard from the mover of the motion, Honorable Speaker, is one way of establishing a bank that will help us finance housing in this country, Honorable Speaker, which is one of the key components of the better plan, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Shelter Africa was established sometime earlier on, Honorable Speaker, as has been ably elucidated, Honorable Speaker, I think in February, let me just get, in 1981, that's when it was established, Honorable Speaker. But the problem is it has been there. Kenya is actually a founding member. And interestingly, Kenya owns 16.23% of the shares of Shelter Afrique, Honorable Speaker. This is a multilateral. It's a multilateral because many other countries are members, including the African Development Bank. Kenya has put in a lot of money in Shelter Afrique. But then we need to ratify so that Shelter Afrique now becomes a development bank. Becomes a development bank that is able to finance a lot of the programs that we have. Notably, Honorable Speaker, actually Shelter Afrique has funded over 135 projects in this country already. And yet it is not a bank. But if we ratify this, Honorable Speaker, we shall establish it as a bank that we can borrow money from, Honorable Speaker. The European Union can invest, and many other investors, Honorable Speaker, can invest in this bank, and therefore be able to avail resources, financing for housing, Honorable Speaker. One of the key components of the BETAN, which we have seen transformation, including in my constituency, Honorable Speaker, where I have an affordable housing program that is coming up at Tezo. I have another one coming up in Watamu. I have another one coming up in Bofa, in Kilifi, and two others that are coming up. Employment has been created for many people, Honorable Speaker. Apart from that, Honorable Speaker, materials that have been bought from hardwares, Honorable Speaker. Construction sites are going on and jobs have been created, Honorable Speaker. So investing in a Shelter Afrique and establishing Shelter Afrique as a bank is actually to ensure perpetuity, to ensure continuity of the projects that we have, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I want to request this House, sincerely, to support the establishment of Shelter Afrique as a development bank, Honorable Speaker, just like we have many other development banks in the world. But this is a bank that Kenya will control, and that's the beauty of it. Kenya will control this because it's the majority shareholder, Honorable Speaker. And it is a Kenyan-born bank, Honorable Speaker, and it will be headquartered here, Honorable Speaker. So in terms of benefits, Honorable Speaker, some of the benefits I can see, Honorable Speaker, increased access to long-term sustainable development financing. That's one of the benefits that we have. Secondly, it will support to public and private sector housing developers, Honorable Speaker. So this bank will not only support public or government, but it will also support, Honorable Speaker, private developers. If the Honorable Speaker today wants to become a developer and has a plot in Muthaiga, has a plot in Kilifi, or has a plot there, and he wants to be a developer, he can go to Shelter Afrique Bank, Development Bank, and get some money.
I thought you would say Isli.
Oh, Isli? No, Isli is too full. It's too full. Isli is too full, Honorable Speaker. But I want to welcome you to Kilifi. Vipingo is one area that you should come and put up a huge development investment, Honorable Speaker. And you can get money from Shelter Afrique, Honorable Speaker. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, is strengthened partnership in delivering affordable housing and essential infrastructure, Honorable Speaker. So this bank will do that. But again, what is in it for Kenya? What is in it for Kenya? When we establish this bank, what is in it for Kenya, Honorable Speaker? As a nation, as a state, as a democracy. One of them is it affirms Kenya's diplomatic commitment to continental development. Diplomatic commitment to continental development. We are the center of it. We are the center of it. UN and Gigiri, all those things being here. Then now we have this bank, Honorable Speaker. Kenya, in terms of diplomacy, Honorable Speaker, we stand tall. We stand tall. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, we secure financing opportunities to accelerate the delivery of affordable housing. And we also strengthen Nairobi's position as a center and as a regional hub for development financing and multilateral cooperation. These are important things, Honorable Speaker, just by ensuring that we have established this development plan. And lastly, we gain expanded technical support through the Center of Excellency, and including knowledge sharing, research, and capacity building. So apart from that, this bank will be out there giving out money, Honorable Speaker. It will be a huge employer. International expertise will come to this country, Honorable Speaker, and will continue to develop Kenya as a hub, as a regional hub for development and for diplomacy, and also attract other investments, Honorable. So it positions Kenya up there. by establishing the Shelter Afrique Development Bank. Apart from housing and all those other benefits, Honorable Speaker, we become the regional giant, Honorable Speaker, in diplomatic, in multilateral diplomacy, Honorable Speaker. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second.
Yeah? What's your point of order? Honorable Senator, you on a point of order?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, looking at the quorum, number 35 of our standing order, we have serious critical matters lined up for debate. More so, if you look at the one on the British Army training unit in Kenya, a very serious report, damning report.
Fair enough.
I would request that this be deferred to tomorrow so that we can...
Order, honorable member, you raised an issue of quorum, and understandably the chair is also convinced that we don't have quorum, but then we have to ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes. Where is the whip or whips, majority leader? Deputy majority leader, proceed and get some members to come into the house. Order, honorable members, there is a quorum bell, so get members to come into the house. Honorable members, actually, as a matter of fact, all the other businesses, except the one of the military, the chairs are not around. So I think somehow there has to be a very powerful communication for chairs to be available here to prosecute your jobs and maintain also a working house. Anyway, honorable members, the time being 7:01 p.m., this house stands adjourned until Thursday, the 4th of December, the year 2025, at 2:30 p.m.